Guys in the chat, how's it going? How is it going? It's going fucking wild here today. Started snowing at 1 p.m. Snowing. Fucking pouring snow outside right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. Got my sweaters out. Sweater season, boys. All right.
The underscore Jambulance donated $3.33. Real mods sub to the channel. Ayaya home smack can fondle my gooch. Ayaya.
Thanks, Jambulance, for calling home smack out there. So, by the way, this stream is sponsored by Factor 75. I just microwaved my first box. Dude, it's so easy because I've done the HelloFresh boxes before where you cook it. Here, you literally poke holes in the top and microwave it for 2 minutes. And now I'm going to eat this because I'm fucking starving. I skipped dinner. Oh my God.
Real quick, Artosis, I just wanted to tell you, do you hear me? Artosis! I said, it's C2 day, and that makes Dirty David softer than cream cheese, Your sweater looks like you're going to bust into a Folgers coffee jingle,
Good sauce. Thanks, Profane. I could tell that was you by the humor in it. I think at this point, actually, I know who's donating just by what it says.
Please, he cheered. X300, it's good to be back. What? Patch 255 cheered. X300, my credit card companies fucking love me.
Thanks. Dude. Legit really good. Really, really good. I can't believe this only took 2 minutes to make.
What? LV80 Wowmage cheered. X300 RT. Camera guy. Starcraft man.
What's up, Wowmage?
Hope you had a good day. My day was good. It was spitting snow and rain here all day today. Did not get much. I am looking forward to ESL tonight and hoping for some great games tonight. Last week was quick, but good, and of course the commentary on point. Good luck in ladder before ESL. 2 plus 2 equals 2? 22 plus 22 equals 22? W plus W equals W? WW plus WW equals WW? Not to be mean, but the sweater looks like something Bill Cosby would have worn on the Cosby Show in the 1980s, but if it's warm, go for it.
It's super
With a
warm.
final grunt and a smelly fart, Mario's log of shit finally dropped from his ass into Yoshi's mouth. Mario turned around and
so
watched
gross.
as Yoshi chewed the shit log.
Okay.
Eat it, bitch.
Come on.
Eat it all.
Come on. Extract. You have more clever shit than that. Oh my God. Ugh. So, I loved the Cosby Show when I was a kid. Loved that show. Watched it all the time. And it's super warm. I got this from like, I think my parents-in-law or something. It's very warm. It's all wool. Yeah, and it's been snowing since 1 here, but it's like a very wet snow. It's not really cold enough for it to stay on the ground. It's just starting to stay on the ground right now. This is so good. This is a Mexican burrito bowl. Really, really good. They sent me 6 boxes. They all look great. But I saw this one, I was like, that's the one for tonight, for sure.
Swatty Chop Suey donated $3.33. Did Bill Cosby make your dinner? Does he work for Factor? Might want to test your food.
In the serene expanse of Canada, as the morning sun begins its ascent over the vast forests and lakes, we encounter a unique and mesmerizing creature, the Artosis. Emerging from his slumber, the groggy specimen stretches, every fibre of his being seemingly preparing for the moaning ritual that lies ahead. A deep yawn, a brief moment of vulnerability, breaks the silence of the dawn. Navigating his Canadian dwelling, each step is deliberate, a dance of anticipation for the day's impending challenges.
Damn, I want to hear more. Thank you, Hexrec. All right.
And there, in the heart of this home, stands his gaming chair, less a piece of furniture and more a throne, a testament to countless digital battles fought and won. As he gracefully approaches, there's a sense of profound respect. This is his turf, his realm. Seated, surrounded by the memorabilia of myriad victories and defeats, he's ready. The vast landscape of Starcraft looms ahead, beckoning its champion. In this realm, Artosis is both the hunter and the hunted, as Artosis's fingers gracefully dance over the keyboard and the familiar hum of Starcraft fills the room. The tranquility of the morning quickly transforms. Within mere moments of entering the game, a new facet of this complex creature emerges. While to an outsider it might seem as if he's navigating a symphony of digital decisions, the soundtrack to this session becomes immediately clear. A chorus of complaints and
Patch 200.
lamentations.
Oh, well, I guess we do have time for that.
Patch 255.
Much like the howling
cheer.
wolves in the distant Canadian wilderness, Artosis's moans rise in pitch and frequency, a visceral response to the cheese and the lag of the game. Fuck, not again. Such exclamations punctuate the silent room. Here we have a maestro of his craft, yet so profoundly vocal about the tribulations of his chosen pursuit. For the casual observer, it might seem like a cacophony of discontent, but for those familiar with the ritual, it's simply Artosis in his natural habitat.
Truly the best voice is not Gordon Ramsay, but it is in fact David. Dude, there's a fucking fly here. Got you, bitch. Salt cut in my eye. It bounced off my screen so hard. Dude, he is so fucking wrecked. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's little pieces of him on my monitor. He had a leg that fell off onto the desk. He was just twitching. These salt guns are fucking insane. Best purchase I ever made. Oh.
Patch 255 cheered. X300, Arty, 7 TV emotes aren't showing up on your chat source.
Yeah.
Sag.
Sucks. I think there's a problem with stream elements yesterday and today, because yesterday we had this problem as well. I'll probably have it fixed tomorrow. I actually completely forgot about it today. I actually did a lot of shit today, but that was not one of them because it left my mind. But yeah, sorry about that. We'll get it fixed for tomorrow. I've been actually planning on changing the chat. I actually was talking to the King of Emotes, DJ Cat Jam, about what chat might be best to switch to. So we were looking at some of them. Well, when I say we, it was mostly him looking at them and letting me know which ones are good. But the chat will actually look a lot better soon. The stuff that shows up on screen, basically. Obviously, the chatting experience for you is going to look the same. But things like this happened about a year ago as well with Stream Elements, where it just stopped doing. I think we were using better Twitch TV back then, but it stopped doing that for like 4 days or something. It was super annoying. Okay. I think we should probably just jump on, play a ladder game while we wait for this.
The _ Jambulance donated $3.33. RT, will you be opening things sent to the PO box on stream?
Yep.
If so, when will that happen? Asking for a friend.
After I get some stuff. I haven't checked it in like a week, but as of a week ago, no one sent anything. Or nothing got here, I guess is the more accurate way to put that. All right. Is Factor available in Canada? Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe the deal on my thing here goes to Canada. I believe it only goes to US. But yeah, like the box that I got was from Factor. I honestly still don't know what Marble Blast Gold is. Discord Kitten? What's Discord Kitten? How much dollars donation from Protoss Weedlord to get VIP again? Dude, he doesn't even subscribe to the channel. It's not even worth talking about. Hyena laugh person. I think that was JN. Yeah, I'm gonna look at what the feedback was on that, and we might adjust how many people are in the call, something like that. Saw some talk of that. We'll see. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
No noobs please cheer. X300, me meowie, 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 me may hours 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 on me may hours on me me was me may hours me may hours me hours on me hours on me may hours 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 eat me hours eat me hours.
I feel like Brian's breaking down here.
Sufficiently advanced moron cheered. X300 Luigi hit the inverted question mark block. But instead of a mushroom, a potato came out. Wah, Luigi said in his excitement. Yes, Luigi replied, this should do it. Luigi touched the potato and acquired super sloth powers. His sudden strength allowing him to rip off Luigi's clothes like a child tearing open a bag of chips. Luigi felt the tingling in his plumbing bro. He mounted Waluigi's face and tickled his bits with his mustache, unable to contain his arousal while Waluigi thrusted with his Neanderthal strength.
Why does he have Neanderthal strength?
Not enough minerals.
You want a piece of me, boy? Reporting for duty. I read you. Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty.
Not enough minerals.
Orders, Captain. I read you. Reporting for
Not
duty.
enough minerals.
Checked up and good to go. Standing
Not
by.
enough
Affirmative.
minerals.
Yes, sir. Roger that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not
Orders,
enough
Captain.
minerals.
I read you.
Not enough
Orders
minerals.
received. Yes, sir.
Your forces are under attack.
Orders, Captain. Got to finish. Go, go, Yes, go. sir. Checked up and good to go. Go, go, go. Commander, give me something to shoot. SCP good to go, sir. Report for duty. Orders, Captain. Checked up and good to go. Go, go, go. Report for duty. Commander, let's move. Outstanding. Job Commander, let's move. SCP go, go, go. Affirmative. You want a piece of me, boy? Rock and roll. I read
Your
you.
forces are under attack.
I read you. Affirmative. Report for duty. Affirmative. Roger that. SCP good to go, sir. Piece of me, boy. Go, go, go. Orders, Captain. Orders, Captain. I read you.
They're just so talented Protoss players. It's amazing.
I read you. Piece of me, boy. SCP good to go, sir.
Oh, yes, because that's how that goes.
Checked up and good to go. Orders, Captain. Job finished. You want a piece of me, boy? Good to go, sir. I read you. Commander. I read you. Roger that. Orders received.
Not enough minerals. Your forces are under attack.
Yes, sir. Commander. SCP good to go, sir. Let's move. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. I read you. Yes, sir.
Base is under attack.
I read you.
Yoshi Egg Breakfast donated $3. The Mario brothers were drinking their vomit toenail smoothies when Yoshi came into the room. Those smoothies are disgusting, he said. They both vomited their smoothies into Yoshi's mouth. He went into shock and laid a Yoshi egg. They cooked the egg for breakfast. Don't skip. I need 2 fat donated $3.33. Go, 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 go. His penis became erect and began spraying cum everywhere. That shit was covering the walls. Some hot shit. Holy shit. 7 quadrigentillion 777 Novemtrigentillion 777 Octotrigentillion.
Literally just rally units up.
777 Septentrigentillion 777 Sextrigentillion.
Minus 26. Fucking, I hate the ladder. It's such a waste of my time.
777 Quatuortrigentillion 777 777 Trot Regentillion 777 Duo Trigentillion 777 Noon Trigentillion 777 Trigentillion 777 Novum Gentillion 777 Octovigentillion 777 Septvigentillion 777 Sexvigentillion 777 Quinvigentillion 777 Quartervigentillion 777 Trevigentillion.
The guy instantly deleted his account after that game. He instantly deleted the account after that game. Or it was a hacked ID. There's actually there's a hack that lets you choose whatever ID you want, and it's not actually your ID. I haven't seen anyone use it in a long time, though. There's actually something truly wrong with people who play this game. Truly wrong. My sweater. Why are you guys so obsessed with my fucking sweater? It is a fisherman's sweater, actually. I read the tag when I got it. It's like some fucking famous fisherman sweater. This is the sweater my wife had me wear in family photos the other day. She thinks it's a very handsome sweater. Oh, shit.
Won't you be my neighbor donated $3.33. Artie put that back. You shouldn't be stealing clothes from dead children's show hosts. Mr. Rogers would be furious and definitely wouldn't call you a good friend, and he'd have a whole episode about how bad it is to steal people's clothes.
Damn. Harsh. But wouldn't he think I'm a Sesame Street Muppet and be like, yeah, that's fine. We're both PBS shows. I'm an athlete. Oh.
Fred Rogers Foreskin donated $3.33. You may be a Muppet, but there's a reason Sam Eagle never appeared on Sesame Street. It's because he's scary and creepy looking and he has a bad attitude and probably plays Terran, and Mr. Rogers would not approve of him.
Damn. That's real life, though. That's real life. You got to deal with Sam Eagles sometimes. We're just waiting for the bracket right now. Should be up any second.
Swatty Chop Suey donated $3. Yoshi was traumatized by the Mario Brothers. He didn't understand why they liked vomit toenail smoothies so much. We save so much cash just eating and drinking our bodily excretions, Luigi said.
Dude.
Yoshi tried their method and saved like $500 the next month.
You guys are fucking disturbing. So gross, Swatty, man. Fuck. Ugh. Swatty, it was a cheer. You can't fake a cheer. Come on, bracket. What the fuck? All right, here we go. Brackets up. All right. Cure. Hups, Gerald. Hero. Pig, Apple Juice, Zesty. Volts, nice. Clem, Beyond. Jason. Wayne. Trigger. Got Nina down here. Up a tree. Oh, up a tree disrespect is pretty good. And then, of course, we got our very own Don't Defense in there. Gets to play dark if he makes it. As always. All right, all right. So, gonna be aiming for disrespect versus up a tree. I think that should be a good one. They're both like GM level players.
Sloth Fan Club donated $3.33. Sloth was distraught. He couldn't find his favorite jizz rag anywhere. It was shaped like an old man's sweater and had turned a funky color from the years of Sloth's splooge it had absorbed. He couldn't imagine starting a new one at this point in his life. Swatty Chop Suchir X300 donated $3. Turn this music off. Put the Protos music on. This is to prove I can fake my own name. He. You oig foig foig quad
What? So tasteless. Likes the Protoss music even. Pretty gross. All right. So we are getting the games going here momentarily. I do believe we are going to be in the Up a Tree match. And it looks like round of 16 will have good matches. Most everything's round of 32 already. There's just barely over 32 players. First level of the new Mario game. Yeah, I might play that with my wife, actually. We bought it. I have it. It's somewhere. Here it is, actually. There it is. I told my wife she should come down and play on stream with me. And you guys can see how hard I carry her. Lovely Sarge! What's up, man? Thanks for gifting 3 subs. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Where'd the Unzippist ever go to? I do wonder. Yeah, I miss him too. Great guy. Change your life. All right. Mapu's finally in the game. So we'll be in there casting in 2 minutes. I died to the Goomba. Dude, I'm so good at Mario games, it's fucking scary. Okay? Like, Mapu was smarter than the guy in the chat. You mean the guy that literally gets hired to observe all the pro tournaments, but the guy in the chat decided that he knew more about the music settings? Yeah, that was great. That was a great storyline. That was a good one. What, did you not check yourself, Artosis? Like, dude, I'm literally casting a tournament right now, you fucking dumb bitch. It's like, come on. What the fuck is wrong with you? That guy lives rent-free in your head with Quark and Gypsy. Who, the guy that decided that he knew more about it than Mapu? Is that who you're talking about? That shit's funny. All right, here we go. Disrespect in the bottom right of Hard Lead. And in the top left, we have Up a Tree. So, yeah, I think Disrespect might be slightly higher MMR, but I'm not 100% sure on that, honestly. I don't keep super up to date with everyone's exact MMR levels, but they're both very strong NA Terran players. Up a Tree is a very good friend of mine. He's actually helped me out a lot with my streaming situation. He built my keyboard for me. I actually talk with him all the time. He's a good bud. So hoping he can put out a good game here. Actually planning on teaching him some Brood War. Doing some co-streams of that. Hopefully coming up. I think it'd be fun to watch a StarCraft 2 Terran that never really played try to play StarCraft 1 Terran. Damn, look at these lag whiners. Crazy. Anyways, we'll just kind of wait here, see what builds they're going to end up doing. Whoa, that was a lag spike, I think. That looked like it. Dude, look how you can see the SCV underneath. It's so weird. Why do they have it like that? Why don't they just have it on top? So factory coming up on both sides, as well as those Reapers. Right now, yeah, very, very mirrored builds. Got that reactor first here for disrespect. Uppetry, on the other hand, deciding just to make another Reaper, which is a fine call as well. I think generally the reactor is slightly stronger, but the second Reaper is going to make you feel pretty safe here and really not get that far behind, honestly. Especially if you're going to play a more defensive game. You're going to be fine. The travel distance and all. You'll be able to make up that one unit you're going to lose. But certainly after that one, he will get the reactor going, I would say. So Cyclone gets started immediately. Interesting. So he might actually make another one. Yeah, if you're going to go Cyclone right away, it makes a lot of sense to me that you would actually make a third Reaper instead of a reactor. Because the Cyclone's build time is going to be a little bit longer. But now we're getting double Cyclones out of disrespect. So definitely a possibility that he could scale that up real quick. Like if he goes into 4 right away, then the odds of Uppetry having more Cyclones is almost 0%. Well, I would say it's 0% that he has more. He could have like the same amount, right? Because you're not going to do any quicker reactor than what we've seen here. So we'll see what he does as the reactors pop out. Now, these 2 reactors shouldn't be able to go across the map because Uppetry is going to have to. Looks like he's going to set them up in a defensive manner here. Starport for both sides. Definitely as far as builds go, I'm kind of digging Disrespects a little bit more. I like the heavy Cyclone. I'm really interested in these early game Cyclone builds. We've seen a lot of them popping up. I feel like it's still a little bit early to say exactly how strong they are, but we'll see if he's going to actually move out with these. So he's got 4 Cyclones right now. That's a pretty damn high number. So he is moving across the map, going for a Raven as well. See if he gets that disable, or if he's just going to use it for that auto turret harassment. So the 4 Cyclones coming across is going to be against 2 and 3 Reapers, as well as a Medevac. Okay, so the Medevac picks up... Oh god, if he flies over those Cyclones, that is going to be the biggest issue ever. Dude, holy shit, that's scary. Disrespect seems to be in a good spot here. There is a siege tank on the way. Uppetry going to run immediately. Seeing 4, he's not going to be too happy about that, but tries to hold the ramp, brings in the flank. Okay, the flank is reasonable. Yeah, that's a lot of damage right there. He actually does like an okay job against this, honestly. Like Uppetry kills all that. I think there's a world in which he just loses there. Not that he's in a good spot. He's down 11 workers after that. So that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. So Uppetry going to go ahead, send his Reaper across the map. He's going to see, okay, well, 3rd command center is on the way. Not as quick as Uppetry's, so that is at least one thing for him to be able to recover on that SCV count a little bit. Actually doing a great job with this Reaper. Getting a really full tell of what's going on. Kind of knows what to expect as well. Saw that upgrade on the tech lab, so he definitely knows disables are coming. So up a tree with his own disables as well. Always fun to see disable versus disable play. You know, both sides going to have these third command centers done here in a moment. Oh, up a tree going to stall that out just slightly. All right, finally is going to go ahead and lose that, but now he's within 3 workers, which is pretty legit. Got 3 siege tanks here as well. So, like, realistically, we should be able to see a hold. I almost feel like you disable top ground one and then you throw down auto turrets. Yeah, it looks like he decided to disable 2 and throw down auto turrets. That can definitely work as well. And I love the mule in there. Okay, so at the end of that, like, ooh, gross. Up a tree down to 10 workers at this point. A little bit rough. Yeah, some weird little blips there. Hopefully those get resolved. So Disrespect pulling back, retains that SCV advantage that we were looking at before. You know, Uppatree's consistently making 3 SCVs at a time right now with his 3 command centers, so hopefully he can catch up pretty quickly here. Yeah, has that double eBay going. Both sides do. A little bit quicker on the +1 there for Disrespect. Kind of a funny unit to keep on a watchtower, a siege tank. I have to say, that's like not what I would expect to see there. Like, I guess it beats like a marine that comes up, but it really feels like, what if a medevac comes up? You're just going to lose a siege tank, just going to get sniped down. Not a big fan of that idea. You're like, yeah, see, he sends 2 marines assuming he's going to hit 1 marine here. So I think that's kind of a meta play where like he knows that his opponent's going to send 2. Right, that's such a normal thing we see. See? 2 sent there as well. And it kills 1. Should have had a siege tank both sides. Damn. Playing the meta. So both sides mining pretty well. Up a tree still down 11 workers. It's kind of rough. Oof. Sends 2 against 2 and Stim's done. And they had +1 attack. Super one-sided. So Second Factory coming up. Always a fan of that early Second Factory in TVT. Disrespect coming out onto the map with a decent amount of Marines and medevacs. Seems like Up a Tree has more than enough. A lot of very small engagements we've seen so far like this. Not super impactful. 1-1 on both sides here. Way more supply for Disrespect, though. You can see the difference of having like 10-ish extra SCVs all game. His army supply is actually up by 20 right now. So a bit of an issue there for sure for Up a Tree. Combat shield? If you haven't started it. Oh, dude. Now that's disrespectful, to be honest. It's like he's trying to be nice and let him know. But this is a tournament. Like, and Up a Tree almost has it done. It's just Disrespect has decided that it's late enough that he wonders if he even started it. Like, I'll do that with people in practice, right? Like, if I'm playing a practice game and I notice early on they have like a probe that's not mining gas or something, I'll point that out because that's like a stupid you're not testing anything correctly if someone makes a stupid mistake like that. So I think that in practice that can be really, really useful. But shows that Disrespect is really confident in himself here, I think. Because again, this is a tournament situation. Upper Tree doesn't even answer him, by the way. And also has no medevacs, which is kind of interesting. Not exactly sure why we have no medevacs right now. Is starting to pop some out. He does have a few Vikings in there. Looks like we have a fusion core coming up pretty quick here as well. Huh. That must mean he wants to go into Liberators. I can't imagine what else that would be. Like, yeah, you're not getting the medevac upgrade early. You're not going BCs yet. A big set of disables and a stim and spread in here by Disrespect. And it looks like he's going to be able to kill enough to take an even larger lead in this game. Stims over to Upper Tree's 4th. Just continual pressure here. So at this point, it's a very uphill battle. It's up a hill at this point for Upper Tree. Hard to imagine how he comes back. It's just like a bunch of smaller bits of damage, you know, death by 1,000 paper cuts type thing. Looks like he is actually getting the medevac upgrade, which is kind of interesting to see that being gotten so quickly when he has so few medevacs. But I guess we'll see if that ends up helping him out at all. Disrespect here, just continually harassing. Kind of a cute little tank drop here, hitting a lot of the SCVs. And there you go. Disrespect finally will lose a big chunk of army there. So suddenly Upper Tree takes that army advantage. He is trying to land these Vikings. Unfortunately, they were low and didn't land at the same time. So that was a little bit rough. But the Siege Tank's going to move out of here. And yeah, Upper Tree's trying to kill them completely for free here. Nothing is free, though, is it? So, you know, Upper Tree, you know, Disrespect's macro is looking really, really strong. So he actually catches up in that supply very, very quickly, even after Upper Tree's very good engagement. But I feel like Upper Tree might actually have a very good siege tank advantage. Don't know the exact numbers on it right now, but this could be the right time for him to really move across the map and attack for himself. Feels that way, at least. Little counterattack here from Disrespect as Upper Tree goes around the map. Loads up a lot of medevacs, man. He's going for like a killing move. I think Disrespect knows exactly what's going on, though. Yeah, he's sending a ton of units to his main base right now. He has quite a large army out there, too. He's actually maxed out, so up 35 supply right now. And tries to boost away. Already a siege tank, already a huge amount of Marines in here as well. So it looks like that should be just about that. GG. Disrespect going to go ahead and take that first game. All right. I know you guys love my sweater. I know you do. It's super warm. Wool sweater. Very nice. So looks like we're going to go into Site Delta. Thanks. All right, we are going into our next game here. All right, Site Delta in the bottom right. We have Disrespect in the top left. We have Up a Tree. Up a Tree not chatting too much. Disrespect, quite the chatty Cathy here. The talkative Terran. There we go. Yeah, sorry. 7 TV seems to be a little bit broken today for the chat. Sorry about that. Try to get that fixed for tomorrow. Now, double gas coming up on both sides. So already we see a little bit of a difference in what we saw in the previous game. So definitely some quick factories going to be coming up. We'll see if it goes beyond that or if it'll just be quick factory into command center. That's kind of my guess as to what it'll be. That's the most common. Nobody wears clothes while watching. Well, I got news for you. I'm only wearing this sweater. It's pretty long, though. All right, factory coming up. Both sides. Still just completely mirrored. Nothing to really chat about right now. You know, you do have this ramped natural. That's true. So your defensive plays are going to be a lot stronger here. Didn't really think about that at the beginning. Still not completely used to this new map pool. Yeah, good job there by Up a Tree. Leads with the SCV to make sure he will not fall behind there as far as shots go. Cyclone first, whereas it's a reactor and a Hellion coming up here. The Hellion feels like not as good as it once was in the early game of TVT because Cyclones build so much quicker now, but not useless either. Not useless either. So Cyclone coming out here for Disrespect as well. So, yeah, nothing looks like we're gonna see any real engages. Like we see those two those two Reapers. Those are waiting to jump up. The Hellion is kind of watching in the front, and if anything comes out, he'll go jump up into the main with 2 Reapers and see what he can get done. It's like a good little tactic that Disrespect has set up, but you know, nothing that can happen right away. He can't like force anything to occur. He just needs like Up a Tree to do certain things for him to be able to get a little bit of damage. And if he doesn't get it, it's not the end of the world either. Just kind of setting himself up. You can see, right? He's watching, sees it, pulls back, and here go the Reapers. So that was the idea all along. Up a Tree did go back, though. It seems like he has a good idea that this might have been what was occurring. You know, Disrespect gets there slightly in advance, but won't even get 1 kill thanks to that medevac. So very solid defense there from Up a Tree. Was not going to be fooled whatsoever. Of course, the Ravens as well as Disable on the way. Looks like we have from Up a Tree a 4 Reaper jump in. Absolutely not going to do anything at all. All right, the double cyclone drop, though. This is what Up a Tree was trying to do last game. Doesn't actually get that much. What did he kill? Like 2 Marines? Something like that? Yeah, just a bit of patrolling here. Trying to stop that Raven from any harassment. Can I enable red-blue mode? That's a Mapu thing. You have to ask Mapu. I'm not actually doing anything here. You want to see? I'm literally sitting in my seat like this. Like, my ass is almost off my chair. I'm, like, basically laying down in my chair right now while I cast this. I'm actually just slightly under the weather tonight. I think it's because the weather changed. You know how people get, like, a little sick when, like, it suddenly switches to winter? I'm just waiting for someone to paint me here, guys. Paint me like one of your French dads. All right. So, anyways, double eBay is coming up on both sides at like exactly the same moment here. Stim is going to be finishing with Disrespect way ahead of time, but that might mean that Up a Tree has a bit more as far as the mechanical units go, which can scale very, very well anyways. All right, throwing down those auto turrets. Lots of disables here, even on one of the Ravens, which is kind of a funny move. Generally don't like disables on Ravens themselves. But, look, that looks like that goes pretty well for Disrespect overall. Kills quite a bit. Still has three Vikings out there as well. That Raven from Up a Tree not going to be able to get out, it looks like. Yeah, going to be picked off. I think he just gave it up for dead. And once it got over there, he's just like, nah, this is obviously going to die. And then maybe he could have saved it, but already had given it up. So in comes Disrespect, hitting this third base location. Kind of a hard time there for Up a Tree. Taking a bit more damage onto his workers. Down 10 workers now, unfortunately. The anti-air shot that hits the ground. Love it. So yeah, you know, just some, I don't know, man, just Up a Tree retaking his third base. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just a bit under the weather tonight. My apologies. Having a hard time with energy here. A couple of my kids have been sick for a few days. They might have passed something on to me too. I don't know. Anyways, we'll be fine. Chew 200 milligram caffeine tablet under tongue equals energy. Well, thanks for that input. That doesn't sound like the greatest idea. Overly caffeinating my body right now does not sound enticing. All right, so, you know, Up a Tree is pretty much stabilized here, but, and he's got a good worker count, but definitely his macro has fallen a bit behind. you know, having a little bit of hard time with that. Disrespect definitely out macroing him here. Now, boosted medevac going around for up a tree. Definitely hoping that he can get some damage done with that. Otherwise, this might get pretty one-sided pretty quickly. Yeah, stimming in here and, you know, forcing the lift off. At least up a tree isn't taking, like, too much damage. He's losing some depots, which kind of sucks. Didn't really have good vision of this coming in. Well, I mean, he had a sensor tower, right? But definitely was not able to parry that. Now, a counter drop here from up a tree will cause some lost mining time, which it's not nothing. And look at this. Disrespect going for, like, a massive, massive drop. He might just fly right through this stuff. I think he just wants to end it, honestly. That's what it looks like. Yeah, up a tree with way too much there. Just smashes it. Oh, damn. The up a tree comeback, baby. Just slightly below. If he had had those siege tanks, like, just a little bit further forward there, he would have killed absolutely everything. But as is, basically caught up with these couple of moves. Still denying a bit of mining. Well, not anymore. Like, that's the units there of Disrespect. But up a tree did cause him a lot of lost mining time at that fourth base. So that's kind of nice. He has his own fourth base up, so they were kind of even on mining. Caught up a lot in the supply. Definitely need to see up a tree max out, though. I think that's, like, very, very important. He does have that 2-2, 3-3 on the way. But 2-2, of course, going to be finishing here for Disrespect as well. Stimming forward. He gets a much later siege than his opponent. But still, it's going to do the job. Picks up his Marines immediately and dive bombs them onto these siege tanks of up a tree. Up a tree's tanks being pretty badly demolished here. Viking doing some work as well. TVT seems pretty tame. I don't know if I would say that. it sometimes feels like there's a lot more action in StarCraft 2 TVT, just because drops are such a large part of it. It's like all game long, right? So that makes it feel a little bit more like that. Everything's a bit more maneuverable, and the maps are pretty darn big, so it's really hard to cut them completely in half. So yeah, I think TVT in StarCraft 2 definitely has a bit more action than StarCraft 1 TVT. So a lot of jockeying for position right now. Both sides on 4 bases. Up a tree getting up into those hundreds as far as the supply goes. We'll have 3-3 first as well. Just doesn't quite have the same Marine production as Disrespect. That's definitely something I'm noticing here. And that's a big part of why Disrespect is maxing out so much quicker than him each time. Feels like he has like 3 more barracks or something. Like, he's literally producing 5-6 more Marines at a time. It's pretty substantial. All right, that was an F2 moment. But yeah, it looks like up a tree tries to take a fight here. Unfortunately, gets a little bit too close and will end up losing a huge chunk of his army right there. Tree trying to get some drops done elsewhere. Oh god, has to cancel his starports there. Looks like he was thinking about fighting for air dominance a little bit more. Sets up a nice liberator here. An excellent liberator. Look at this, killing 3-4 tanks immediately. Look at that. Oh wow, even just barely gets that last one. Looks like its fender was still in the circle. It's a pretty steady production coming out of Disrespect here. As you can see, look, see 13 Marines versus 9 Marines being made. Definitely makes a difference over time. You know, you do 2-3 rounds and suddenly you have a lot more supply than your opponent. And in fact, getting in on top of everything here again, just a huge amount of Marines and medevacs. And Disrespect will break through that army once again. Up a good 50 or 60 supply right now. I think Disrespect, definitely in this series at least, outplaying Up a Tree. Mechanically, I think is the biggest part of it. Just really macroing very, very well. Up a Tree having a hard time holding on to this position. Getting pushed up into his natural. He does have a little bit of a counterplay on the other side, but that's going to be a GG. And Disrespect's going to win 2-0. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to find some medicine. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Hopefully I'll be feeling pretty better here in a moment. Okay. Let's just take a look at the bracket, what we have going on here. This is a very quick bracket today. We're actually in the round of 16 for everything, it looks like. Ooh. Gerald Future is probably going to be a very good match. So what looks good here? Meow Doom beat Nina somehow, so maybe that versus Trigger. Jason versus Wayne could be good when Wayne gets up there. We like Volts, but Clem is gonna eat him alive, unfortunately. Gerald Future looks really good. That's probably the best match, but they already started, so we're just gonna have to wait a minute. Hey guys, you know that thing? You know, what is it called? It's like airborne or emergency or whatever. You know those things that I'm talking about? Yeah? A little bit of lag there. Yeah, so those things, I just asked my wife, I'm like, listen, next time you go to the store, get some of those. And she tried to argue with me because we have like vitamin C, like vitamins, which I'm eating now. She's like, it's overpriced. It's the same thing. I'm like, no, you need to get me those. Those things, every time I feel like I'm getting sick, if I have those, I just like fucking down one of those, man. Oh, makes me so good. So what I'm doing right now, instead of
Don't Defense donated $3.33. Hey Artie. Lost again 2-0 in the ESL, and if I would have won would have faced Dark, same as last time. Sad. But today is still a joyous day. We can remember that our goat of all things ever, Lionel Andres Messi, has won the 8th Ballon d'Or. Messi 8, Flash 0. GGWP.
So, don't defense. I'm glad that you played. Oh, I thought that we were doing that. That's Volts versus Clem. But I don't know if we're actually doing it. Okay. Anyways, what was I saying? Actually, I just started that documentary that they just put out on Apple TV. It's like Messi Meets America or something. You'd think the guy would learn to speak English. God damn. But I noticed he had to bring all of his fucking more skilled teammates over to be able to win. That's what I've noticed in the first 2 episodes. So, but he gets all the adoration. Isn't that nice? In a fucking team game, you got 11 people on your fucking team. You get all the adoration. Kind of messed up.
Wicked sick.
Hayden wins with the big raid. Thank you very much. Hope you had a good stream. Hello, viewers of Nathan Wins. We're just casting some Starcraft 2 here today. Whoops, that's not it. There it is. But yeah, this is actually going to be game 2 of Wayne versus Holy Squid. Wayne is super heavy favored, a super heavy favorite here. In fact, even in a 12 pool, it looks like. But I wanted Wayne versus the next opponent. Which, wow, my brain is just not working today. Anyways, so we'll check this one out, see how this one goes. But anyways, like what I was talking about was, you know, anyways, I'm trying to get some of that emergency. Right now, I'm just drinking like a vitamin drink. Took some vitamin C. My wife is making me some tea with honey. This is the real way, guys. Wow, that probe sneaks right around. Gets up into the natural. At least he's going to know that this 12 pool's coming. He'll go check the main in a moment since he hasn't seen anything go past. All right, hatch block as well from Wayne, so he's going pretty hard here. Pretty hard. Dude, the probe attack looks pretty nasty, doesn't it? Real little electric shock coming out. It looks almost as long ranged as a fucking StarCraft 1 probe. I know it's not, though. So in come the Lings, and he's going to get us around very quickly on this Zealot. So the Zealot's going to die. Good micro at the beginning there from Holy Squid, but does end up losing a couple probes. Excuse me. Gets 2 Lings in just in the nick of time. You know, when something like this is happening, you can't just go Nexus. Best play really is to just add a second gateway. But anyways, Wayne is going to just clean up real quick and get us into our next match.
Can't delete this. Home Smack donated $3. Home Smack, you tiny peen bitch. You can't delete this. Chat spam ayaya.
Home Smack skipped your dono. Home Smack. We're replaying that.
Can't delete this. Home Smack donated $3. Home Smack, you tiny peen bitch. You can't delete this. Chat spam ayaya. He can't delete every message. Ayayu underscore? 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 Aya.
How can be the world's most famous StarCraft caster can't pronounce Zealot? Okay, how do you pronounce Zealot? Because I changed it to Zealot because people said I wasn't saying it right. So what I called it before was a Zealot, because it's like Zeal-O-T, Zealot. And so people gave me shit, so I changed it to Zealot. That's what I say, Zealot. Zealous, Zealot. Right? Guys, you're not helping right now.
The underscore Jambulance donated $3.33. You guys are worried about how he says Zealot. Have you ever heard this doorknob pronounce Valkyrie? Jesus
Valkyrie?
titty fucking Christ.
I used to call them Archons. I don't know, dude. It's a weird thing. You know what's really funny is when I was a kid, I had to be in intensive speech therapy for a long time. I couldn't pronounce fucking anything. Like, they had to take me out during the school day to go work with people, and then I would go after school to some speech therapist's house and work on it. It took a long time. And actually, when I revisited the town I'm from, the last time I revisited, which was, it was a while ago, like 5 years ago or something, I ran into my speech therapist teacher when I was with my mother. We were in like Sears or something. And she's like, oh my God, this is like your speech therapist, your old speech therapist. So she came up and said hi. And she's like, oh my God, it's little Danny. Like, and so I was talking to her. I was like, well, thank you, by the way. I actually speak for a living now. So you did a good job. Little did she know that I get flamed all the time for saying everything wrong. So maybe she didn't.
33 cents. After hearing you speak, I'm surprised they didn't just move you permanently into special ed.
Yeah, I'm from a town of like, nowadays it's a little bit bigger. It's about 30,000 people now. It's a little bit smaller when I was a kid. But Salem, New Hampshire. No, it's not the fucking witch trial place. Jesus Christ. It's a place full of strip malls because it's the closest town in New Hampshire to Boston. So it's like just people go there for no sales tax. So it's just fucking stores. Yeah, Boston's great. It's Tarot Wicca. I remember that from high school and middle school. I'm a Wiccan. That shit's funny.
Faust likes to red cheered. X300, you supervise the mentally ill for a living. They just happen to be relaxed by your angry voice.
I do what I can. Am I active on LinkedIn? No. I don't use any social media at all. I gave up on all that shit. I gave up on the internet. I only use YouTube. All right. Here we go. We're going to be going into a Juggernaut Jason against Wayne. Jason versus Wayne. Damn. Has a knife on the ground. No bully. All right. So Golden Aura going to be our map here. Wayne is certainly favored against Jason, but Jason's a really solid player. So hopefully we can have some nice games. What's up, TT1? Oh my God. Everyone's loving my sweater here today. So, dude, I'm already starting to feel better, man. Vitamin C. Blast illness away, guys. Vitamin C, fucking vitamin drink. Hell yeah. This is the way. Chug that shit. Not letting fucking sickness take us here. Hell yeah, feel the surging power of that placebo effect. Oh, my man. I think no one actually realizes it's like when people start talking about the placebo effect, it's like it's actually more powerful than medicine itself. Like, believing that shit is going to work is more powerful than the shit that's going to work, like, most of the time in your life. So when I see people make fun of it, I'm just like, dude, I'm so much more in control of my mind than you. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm already feeling better. Whereas you'd be sitting there like a little bitch and you're like, well, the doctor told me to take Tylenol, so I better take my Tylenol. It's like, dude, get fucking wrecked. My God. So, now, Jason's scouting across the map here with the SCV. Just making sure it's not a pull first. He'll turn around most likely. No, he's going to stay. Well, that's kind of... Well, okay, you know what? Against Wayne, I get it. Go all the way in. Wayne's kind of a cheesy guy, so he might have a Roach Warren, something like that. So he is going to check all the way. Back up. Reaper's coming. He actually leaves the SCV there further. He must have some plan. Was he really just watching to make sure nothing came out? It seems that way. Wow, he runs into his own grenade. I was thinking for a moment, maybe he'll put like a unfinished bunker at the 3rd or something like that, but no, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. It seems like he's just playing unbelievably safe. He's going to lose that, unfortunately. Little bit of an overcommitment, unfortunately. So a lot of that scouting, you know, you never know if anything's going to be coming at this point. But anyways, he's going for 3 command center very quickly. Looks like reactored Hellions, very likely.
Swatty Chop Suey donated $3.33. RT, be careful, that's not vitamin C, that's the far more potent vitamin BBC. Pretty cool that you like it though.
Dude, B vitamins are good for you, man. Absolutely. So, yeah, we have the starport coming up. Reactored Hellions coming out right now. Layer for Wayne, still on 2-base, so could be something crazy here. Could be like a 2-base Nidus. Could be a 2-base 2-hat Layer. I mean, of course, it's 2-hat Layer, but I mean a 2-hat Spire. But I think it could actually just be Roach Speed and like +1. That would be weird though, if that's like how he wants to open here. That's like it's such an old build. I don't see any real reason for it, but he's getting so many gases. My first bet is Spire, and my second bet here is Nidus. And I don't think I think it's unlikely it'll be anything else. So 3rd hatch does get started over at the 3rd base. There's the +1. There's the Roach Speed. Oh, switches over to Carapace. Thought better of it. What is this? I'm really wondering about this build, man. If he's just going to be getting +1 Carapace and quick speed for roaches, like I mentioned, this is like a very old build. I'm kind of surprised we're seeing Wayne doing this right now, because I don't actually like this build. I actually don't think this build is any good. Like, you might be able to outplay people with it, but I don't think the build is good. It's like you've hurt your own economy. It's safe. It's safe. We can give you that, right? Like, you're not really going to die to anything early, but your scaling is simply not going to be as strong as it would be with a 3-hatch play. So, anyways, we'll see what Wayne is able to do with it. You know, if you're well practiced in a build, even if it's not completely optimal, you definitely can still win with it. People make so many mistakes in StarCraft, you can kind of make anything work. Except in TVP and StarCraft 1. Now, yeah, the Hellions and Banshee just flying around here, getting rid of some of these creep tumors. Glance over the chat. My YouTube is geese fighting other geese. You sound like a cool guy. You just want to watch geese fight other geese, man. YouTube knows you. That's great.
Don't Defense donated
What's up, Don't Defense?
$3.33. Artie, if you ever get Nexus first, just imagine you didn't. And by placebo you'll win. Ever get DT rushed? Image the DTs are not there. Easy. Oh, ever break your leg? Close your eyes and boop. It is no longer broken. Ever get stabbed? Just imagine you didn't.
Dude, honestly, so much is in your mind. So much is in your mind. It truly, like, you're not even that far off with the Nexus first thing. Like, you have to have the right mentality that it can be beaten, even though you can ask people like Light and Snow and they'll tell you that cross spawn Nexus first is completely imbalanced and there's not a real way to beat it. Even though they'll tell you that and the statistics all back it up, you do have to kind of think that you can still beat it and that it's not a big deal. That's like, for instance, last night why I didn't complain in game when I saw the Nexus first, because I'm like, I just need to play my best against this. I almost took it. What can you fucking do, though? So, Ultralisk Cavern, very, very fast here. Not a big surprise to see that. That kind of goes well with some of these quick Roach builds. especially when you started off on that carapace upgrade. He's already getting +2 carapace, +1 melee, adrenal on the way. Jason putting some more pressure on. It's just a 4-base Zerg right now. Has a couple infestors in there. I'm digging the infestors. I think those are pretty cool to have right now. Kind of makes his engagement potential a lot more interesting. Jason mining on 3-base. That's very, very, very fast Ultralisks. Don't forget, they are actually a little bit cheaper now since the latest patch. They have been buffed in the last few patches of the game. So they continue to get better. Honestly, they've always been good. Well, maybe not always. Like, at the very beginning, they weren't very good. But, like, honestly, they've been good since, like, 2015. About? Right around there, 2015, 2016, somewhere in that area. Ultras became pretty damn good. And actually, they were good during Wings of Liberty. GSL Season 1, we had a bug where the Ultralisk splash would splash around a whole building. So Fruit Dealer would attack like a command center and you try, or a planetary, and you try to repair it, and all the SCVs would take splash damage from it. It was awesome. What a stupid thing that was. So Jason actually moving in right now, picking off a few queens, getting rid of some more creep. I feel like Jason's actually putting out a pretty good game here. There's a lot of supply for Wayne, though. No doubt about that. Quite a few ultras coming up. Oh, no. The blinding cloud is insane here. Oh, man. Oh, that whole battle would look so different. He still would have broken all those tanks, but like he would have lost so much more without that blinding cloud. Just, the Viper is so strong. Jason comes back with his units. Unfortunately, he's so far behind at this point. So it seems like Jason will be able to live through this. But, you know, he's taken so much damage here. It's quite bad. Like, his economy is half the size of Wayne's. In fact, maybe he won't even live. GG is called. And Wayne gonna take game number 1. Why did Jason build medevacs? He's using just stealth with their mind. You guys are so dumb. I love it. I love how stupid you guys are. It's amazing. You mention one thing about the power of the mind. Everyone fucking flips out. We only like science. This is science, you fucking dumb bitches. All right, let's go into game 2. Heck 8. Jason versus Wayne, game 2. So, yeah, we got Wayne in the top right. We have Jason in the bottom left. I'm hoping that Jason maybe mixes it up with the cheese. I would like to see that. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. You know, I mean, he could try something like a 2-base all-in or something like that as well. Maybe a command center first would be a nice opener. Whoa. Gas from Wayne. Wayne gonna be cheesing, or Wayne's trying to speed run tonight. Look at that. 1 base gas pool. All right. Let's do it. Let's see what this is up to. Don't forget, last game, Jason scouted all the way in the main base with the SCV. There's no reason for me to think he won't do that again here. And if he does that again, he should be able to take an advantage. Like, you should not be able to play against this build and not get an advantage if you scout it. It's just super not optimal. A male Ursadak. I wonder if that's what they made the Ultralisk out of. They actually have lore for whatever unit was made out of. I remember reading that when I was a kid, but I don't remember any of it, what it was. I read a Starcraft novel when I was a kid, too. Well, I guess a teenager, right? This game came out when I was a teenager. But so I read a Starcraft novel. And here's actually a funny thing for you guys. So I read this Starcraft novel, and I got really angry because the Terrans were trying to defend against Zerglings with Goliaths. Or a Goliath, right? Because it's not like, oh, well, then they had 12 Goliaths because that's a control group, right? It was more like they were utilizing a Goliath to try to stop Zerglings. So I read this back in, I don't know, 2002, something like that, 2003. And I got really angry because I'm like, that is so stupid. Now, if I had read that nowadays, I'd be like, damn, that author's brilliant, because Goliaths actually wreck Zerglings. It's actually true. In the book, it didn't work, and back then I was like, this is just stupid. Like, why would you write this? But yeah, it's actually true. Goliaths are great against Zerglings. They're actually like, you know, that's the funny thing when you're going mech against Zerg. A lot of people are like, well, you need vultures for the Zerglings. You really don't. Like, once you have like 2 or 3 Goliaths, like, it takes like 1 million Zerglings to kill them. It's pretty crazy. So anyways, the nice scout there sees the Roach Warren coming up. Full wall going down here too. Oh, he cancels. Or maybe it was a Baneley Nest. I don't even know. You don't talk about pre-war. This is our time. So sorry. So sorry. This is like visitation for my StarCraft 2 kids. All right, so double bunker, like, he's really forced him into such a defensive stance here. Like, Jason is ready for the apocalypse. He's like a prepper if you look at his base. Look at all these buildings he's made. He's just like, I'm not going to die to this. Unfortunately, he's over-countered. You know, this is actually one of the harder things when you're trying to go from, like, a very good player into, like, more of a pro-level player, right? Because Jason's a very good player. But to figure out how to counter with the absolute minimum amount is one of the trickiest things in the world. And you see pro gamers lose doing that really, really often, where it's like they'll know it's coming and then they will under-defend. But over-defending is the silent killer. What do they call the silent killer in real life? They're like, this is the silent killer. I can't remember, but that's like a term. Anyways, so over-defending, when you start getting very hypertension, there you go. Hypertension is a silent killer. Over-countering things is a silent killer in StarCraft when you get to very high levels. At lower levels, it doesn't matter as much, obviously, because more mistakes are made all over the place. But when you start getting up to really high levels, like, you know, that'll be why, for instance, Haas will win some games when he's way worse than people, right? Is because you'll either under counter or over counter. You need to find that line, and it's a really tough one to hit. Like right there, Jason definitely over countered. But you know, you can also look at it and say, well, I'd rather not die here, right? Like 100% he's not going to die. But could he have done a little bit less and optimized a little bit more? Well, that's the beauty of StarCraft, and that's what, you know, so many people are trying to figure out and trying to do correctly. Anyways, enough talk about that. Throws a scan down, sees the layer probably quicker than anticipated. Spire is about to finish. It's at the natural. That was definitely planned. So that, you know, it was more obvious that there would be a scan into the main base because you already saw tech there. So he sees that tech was canceled. He sees he was a little bit duped. And now we have mutas on the way. Missile turrets are being started a little bit here. Those eBays just stuck on the ground. Funny that those don't fly in this game. And that depots go underground. Actually, when they designed the StarCraft 2 depot to go underground, it was during a period in time where Terran players had to wall all the time against Protoss. Because we didn't have build orders that could stop early Zealots. And we didn't have Micro that could do it either. So you would literally just wall like every game. And so now StarCraft 2 Terrans have this really cool thing that their depots can go underground. So the mutas try to fly in, but they're going to be met with a lot of resistance there. Doesn't seem like his mutas will do much right now. The first group of mutas doesn't always do anything anyways. Double Evo coming up. Baneling speed almost done. This will be interesting because Jason's getting his third base down in mining like with pretty good speed here. His upgrades are a bit quicker, so he should have like a small window where he is a couple upgrades up and he's got very good supply against this Lingbane Muta composition, which is, you know, a little bit slowed down based on the openers. Yeah, very excellent defense. The overall defensive position here is super, super strong. Still more mutas being made here by Wayne as well, so he still has some ideas for how to utilize the mutas. We'll see if like a Thor gets made at all. You know, Marine Mine can deal with mutas. Obviously, a Thor can be a pretty hard counter at times. I really like that turret skin. Very good looking skin. So right now, Wayne just continuing to spread his creep out. It's not super far yet. Some of it is getting to the mid. But Jason hasn't offered too much resistance to the growing of that creep spread. So, you know, it's not that far out considering. Infestation Pit is on the way. And I don't think he's going to get any infestors this game. I believe he's just going to go directly into Hive. Probably, I mean, I could see him maybe going Lurker, but I think here you probably go Ultra again. You already have 1-1. You're going to be getting 2-2. It makes sense. It's going to be a very good defensive comp anyways on the creep. So this is probably Jason's best chance at this game right now. He's actually up in supply slightly. Ooh, that was a good mine hit. That was an excellent mine hit. Now, Lings and Bane's trying to come in here. Let's see what this micro is looking like from Jason. Okay, they do turn around. Pops a queen here, getting rid of some of the creep. We don't see a lot of splash damage, unfortunately. Now, the muta's coming up. Okay, going to replace this siege tank. Ooh, burrows that mine. That's an important mine. He doesn't have a lot of splash, though. He has a Marauder, 2 Hellbats, a siege tank, and a mine here to try to help deal with the Banes. Yeah, it doesn't go that well. Doesn't go that well. Looks like Wayne going to be able to clean that up pretty easily. All right, going to boost into that main base, but unfortunately right behind him is a gigantic flock of Mutalisks. Hive is on the way. Jason continuing to upgrade. He's still got reasonable supply here. Ooh, very excellent mine hit right there. And yeah, I think it is time for Jason to back up. Make sure he's healing all these units, retaining these very, very important units as well. All right, Mutalisk counterattack comes in. He's really built up this flock quite a bit. Going to take down the couple missile turrets quickly. Yeah, destroying a little bit here. Hasn't lost that many mutas, actually, considering some of the big hits he's taken. Pretty impressive. Wayne getting that 5th base up in the top left. Ultralisk Cavern, of course, coming as well. He does have that 2-2 melee. Still coming up. Almost done there. Pretty decent size of Lingbane running around. Of course, we have that Adrenal upgrade almost done as well. Very, very important upgrade. And... well, I mean, this is... I like the Thor being there. You know, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Ooh, that was an excellent mine hit. I like the Thor being there. Definitely helps out against those mutas. You know, I feel like Jason kind of had a bit of an advantage from the beginning, but it does feel like Wayne is playing a little bit better overall. Now, those Thors doing a great job at this moment. Oh, my God, a huge mine hit. Huge mine hit right there. And both the Thors will get taken out. Oh, God, a few very good Baneling connections there at the very end as well. We do have some more anti-air in here. The Muta's just going to absolutely dominate that, though. Look at this. Turns off both the E-Bays. 2-2 is already done, though. So I think he just missed what he was looking for with that. Going after this command center. I don't think he's going to end up losing that either, honestly. He's got enough here. Yeah, going to start repairing that in between the Thor and Marines. Will force these all back. So Jason holds on, but Wayne is maxed out behind this. He's got 90 drones he's playing with right now. So we're getting into those numbers where you can just kind of go mass Baneling. Well, the Ultra's just kind of running through everything. GG is called, and Wayne's going to take it down 2-0. You can definitely see a little bit of difference in their overall skill levels, but I think some good play there by Jason as well. So I had my wife made me a cup of green tea with honey in it. Now I wonder which side of this you dummies in the chat are going to fall on. Is this something that won't make me better, or will it make me better because it has antioxidants? That's what I would like to know. So is this going to not make me better? It's just in my mind. Or do the antioxidants make me better? Let me know, guys, in the chat. You guys are the dumbest. I love it. Let's take a look at the bracket. Okay, so this side of the bracket's going a little bit slow. Down here we have Bjorn and Wayne are going to be playing. Here we have, Trigger and Dark. And then here we're going to have Clem and Hero. So all very good matches. All right, I think we're going to hit Trigger versus Dark. Dark is almost done his match and Trigger already finished. So that sounds like a really excellent one. I would love to see what Trigger's doing right now in PvZ. I think we missed him mostly last week. How much does the winner get every week? So I think every cup has... Is it 200 for first place? Or is it 100? 100 and then 50 and then 25 for third, fourth, I believe. Yeah. I think it's 200 total. Top 4 splits it up. So it's like, if you're one of these top guys, it really does make sense to play the cup.
The Truth donated $3.
$100.
It will work better than any COVID-19 shot, Artie. I can guarantee you that much. I know you have a pretty liberal chat, so I am sure most of them are preparing to get their 20th booster this winter, but vitamin C and your antioxidants are much safer. Love you, Artie.
Thanks, dude. No, I think it's funny about antioxidants. It's like, yes, okay, antioxidants are good for you, but it's, you know, that's not why I'm drinking the green tea. There's a lot of like older things that people prescribe for when you get sick. Like there's a special tea you drink in Korea if you get sick. And I swore by that stuff for a long time. What was it called again? I'm having a hard time remembering because it's been a few years since I've had it. but it's like these like orange rind type of things. Someone in the chat will know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like almost like a jelly with like these little like do we have a Korean guy in the chat? Like anyone that lives in Korea that knows what I'm talking about right now? It's on the tip of my tongue. Shit. It's like when I first moved there, they were like, yeah, you gotta, this is what you drink when you're sick. No, it's not turmeric. King Dweeb. No, it's not orange. Yuja-cha! There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Yuja-cha. That's correct. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anyways, so Yuja-cha that's like what I always drank in Korea if I got sick. Like instead of getting a coffee before GSL, I get a Yuja-cha. And it's really tasty, actually. It's super, super tasty. But yeah, that was stuff like that. And that stuff, like actually, that shit helps, man. I remember I was getting sick once. I was with White Raw. He's like, oh, Dan, take tea with honey and lots of fruits. And like the way he said it, I miss that guy. I miss that guy. But it's like, yeah, man, a lot of these things that are like older ideas and prescribed are actually really good. Wait, what is this? Turmeric and cumin. Most excellent. All right. We're actually jumping into game 2 of Disrespect versus Dark. Dark won game 1, I assume. Yep. Dark won game 1. Here we go.
Okay. It looks like I'm ready to try streaming. What's this? An option to turn on text to speech donations? Yes, I think I will. That will enable my viewers engage in productive discussion and ask me questions about my strategy. This will be fun.
Yeah. I mean, the story of TTS on this stream, if I'm trying to recall correctly, it was a guy that was asking me about playing Starcraft 2 a lot. What was his ID again? Someone in the chat, I'm sure, remembers. It'll come back to me in a minute. It was like some French name or something. Anyways, I used to read every donation that came in. And then this guy just kept asking the same shit, and I got so sick of it that I put on text-to-speech, and then he hated it. He hated it. And I was like, actually, I kind of like this. We'll leave this on. And then people started annoying me with it purposely.
The Truth donated $3. In all seriousness, Artie, it is a scary world we live in these days simply because of all the money in pharmaceuticals. It is better to have people stay sick than to stay healthy. Medicine is good, but unfortunately it has become an end-all be-all for money.
Yeah, there's some truth to that, unfortunately. It's I think we're moving into a time where you really got to kind of look after yourself. Probably been there for a while, but look after yourself, guys. Make sure you're drinking green tea with honey when you get sick and take an emergency. Just like Artosis. All right, so... this is a very, very quick spawning pool. A roach warren on the way. Ling's coming as well. And we have Disrespect just expanding off of a Reaper here. Not really scouting. He's playing a very greedy opener. It's unfortunate for him. Hopefully his Reaper isn't halfway across the map when these Lings pop into his natural, because what will happen is his Reaper will turn around to help, and then he will die to the roaches because he won't know they're coming. Oh, but it goes in the right direction. Holy shit. But Dark saw that and shifts the Lings over. So big issues here for Mr. Disrespect. Not Dr. Disrespect, not to be confused. Well, they come in and the Reaper turns around. So see, the Reaper just turned around. I was staring at the minimap during that. Well, no, it goes to the side and just sits. Huh. It looks like he's trying to deny a third base with it or something. Dude, if he misses the roaches coming across the map, the game's just going to end, I think. Hopefully he gets a Cyclone immediately. Cyclone? Roaches are walking across the map. The Reaper has not seen them. Damn. Destroyed. Oh, excuse me. Okay, now he sees them. So Cyclone is coming. Yeah, it'll be out just after the roaches get to the naturals, so that's something at least. Reactor is going to be finishing up. He gets rid of all of his SCVs on the low ground. Bunker on the way. There is an Overlord that's floating nearby, so he's going to utilize that for spotting. Shoot up from the low ground with some biles. Yeah, tough game here right now for Disrespect. All right, so, you know, the Cyclones are going to help a lot. Like, I was talking about this with No Regret about how these Cyclones are just going to be much better against these types of pushes. Like, they would technically kill roaches faster, the older Cyclone, but, like, this is better. Like, he's constantly locking on, constantly relocking on. He can't, like, force the Overlord away all the way. See, like, the Overlord can get out of range pretty quickly. Like, it would have killed that if it was a regular Cyclone, right? But so far, this defense is very, very, very good. Really good. Dude, straight up. Nice defense. Nice defense. Dark somehow has way more workers than Disrespect now. I guess that's what happens when you have a world champion. But, dude, Disrespect, he microed well. He held on. He's starting his third command center. I don't mind that at all. I think he does have to send his units across the map. So a couple more racks on the way after that command center. Medevac coming as well. I really want to see Disrespect go across the map. Like, if you have two Cyclones, you know your opponent doesn't have speed yet. You know? You know he doesn't have speed yet. Oof. Makes me a little bit sad. Makes me a little bit sad. So... got to think about this for a moment. Is there a real way to come back at this point now, right? Because he waited for the medevac. I get it. I understand. But I think he did miss a timing there where he could do a little bit with his two Cyclones. Here, it's like the medevac will make sure he doesn't lose them. But, like, there's a lot of speedlings now. You can't really do it anymore. And now a counterattack coming up from Dark. I think Dark's going to be able to finish him, honestly. I think, like, he has just enough speedlings that they're just going to buffer everything for him. See? Yeah. Gets around everything. I think we're going to see a GG. All right, throwing those biles down. Damage on, like, it's over. You know, it's just like damage on everything, everywhere, so much. You know, he can even just bile down that command center if need be. Look at this. Hitting Marines. GG is called. And Dark. Gonna go ahead and take that. He's gonna be going up against Trigger next. That's kind of what we were waiting for. Disrespect's a good player, for sure. But, you know, obviously not world champion level. Maybe one day.
Wicked sick.
Ooh. Zero! Thank you for the raid, my man. Appreciate it. Hope you had a very good stream. Hope ESL's going well. I've been watching all the Terran players, at least. But can't wait to hang out with you in Thailand, man. I'm excited. I hope you're staying at that hotel. That's where I'm staying. Any Dirty David appearances tonight? No, not yet. I don't think we've had Dirty David. We had regular David, though. We had some very scientific shit at the beginning of the stream. So anyone coming over from Zero's stream, well, you already know who I am. But tonight we're casting some Starcraft 2. When the Starcraft 2 is done, we'll be playing some Brood War Ladder. But I cast a Starcraft 2 tournament on Mondays, generally. Main question with sweaters is, are they itchy? Well, you shouldn't wear an itchy sweater. That doesn't make sense. This is like this is pure wool. This is like a very expensive, nice sweater. I look very handsome in it, don't you think? My wife sure thinks so. Not itchy at all. I like the feel of it. It's actually a very nice feel. I actually like sweaters way more than hoodies. You're going to see me as a sweater guy all winter long. My wife chose that sweater to repel other females. As if I ever leave my fucking house without her. I don't have my license yet, remember? Still waiting for that fucking residency. Dude, how long does it truly take for a country to give you residency when you have... I have everything submitted forever. And it's like 100% I will get it, you know? Like, I'm not like one of these fringe cases. It's like as soon as they read through my shit, I'll have my residency. It's like, oh, you've been married for fucking 12 years and you have 4 Canadian children. And you bought a house here already. It's like, yeah. But it's fucking taken forever. It's so annoying. Residency doctor, you guys are so dumb. My God, it kills me.
Profane donated $3. If by I look very nice in this sweater you mean I look like a Christian camp counselor about to break out an acoustic guitar and sing Michael Row the Boat Ashore, then yes, you're the handsomest of all.
Damn. If I were to... Okay, hold on. So we have Trigger versus Dark starting, but I got to ask you guys real quick. If I were to learn an instrument, just knowing what you know about me, what instrument should I learn? Real question. Real question. Literally no two people say the same thing. Okay. Thanks, guys. Triangle. Fuck you guys. I'm not a Protoss player. All right. So Trigger versus Dark. Trigger versus Dark. Trigger goes with the really early scout to block the hatch. That can be a little bit tricky against Dark because he'll do things like send the drone past and bring it back. He doesn't care if his hatch goes down at 450 minerals sometimes. So he's going to go past. Oh? What is this? Offensive hatchery. Dude. Okay, it's not offensive hatchery. So what happened was the probe eventually left because he's like, well, certainly you have made a hatchery by now at the third base. But as I told you, Dark doesn't care if he makes his hatch at 450 minerals. He literally doesn't. He'll just do it to make it a more comfortable position. And in fact, he'll go triple hatch, blocking Trigger's Nexus. Normally you bring 4 probes. I'm a little bit surprised he brought 3. 4 is really, really, really the norm. Huh. Okay, well, he's going to attack with 3. And yeah, chrono boosting this ought to help. I guess that can definitely make up for the 1 probe that is missing. Not going to go across the map or anything. I don't think it's really worthwhile anyways. By the time you get there, you'll have enough. Second Zealot being chronoed out as well. Dark is just going to cancel this at the end. He's not going to let this one finish. Look at that, man. Just constant chronos. Good banking of those chrones. Is that a cool hip way to call it? Like, instead of chronos, just call them crones. It's like 1 less syllable. Like, sick crones, dude. Kronos is the homeworld of the Klingons. I completely forgot about that. Damn. Stargate coming up. And okay, so the double Zealot, I like this. Look at this. Look at the amount of damage he's put on this hatch. And like the shade kind of checked if anything was coming for him as well. Really, really cool. Another gateway going down. You know, he has the Stargate coming up. He forces the cancel there. He's going to catch the drone. Dude, that's sick. Great, great, great counterplay from Trigger. Really fantastic. I think he had that mapped out super well. Dude, you shouldn't be making hatches in his natural. He's from the NA server. You think he doesn't play against that every fucking day? Get out of here, Dark. All right, gonna finally kill off that drone in his main. Plenty of units right now. I definitely look at this and think that we're in a better spot here for Trigger, honestly. It looks and feels good for him. Look at how many units he has. I mean, you definitely go and just take your third. Yeah, look at that. Nice third Nexus, just goes up immediately. He has plenty to block everything. You can't even try to pressure it, which means his oracles don't even have to be careful. Oh, I'm surprised he left just 1 Adept here. I would 100% every time leave a Zealot there. That's kind of crazy. That was a big flub, man. He had 2 Zealots and like 3 Adepts. Why would you leave an Adept there? Like, you could leave a Zealot and an Adept, and I'm cool with that. But, like, just put the beef in the wall. Definitely a little bit of a mistake in an otherwise beautiful game from Trigger. It's not going to super cost him here or anything, but it's annoying. Gets fully scouted and everything. Dark has a lot of intel to work with. You guys are so dumb. Okay, so the Adept's going to be caught out here, unfortunately. Only one going to be able to make it out. Nidus on the way. Oh my god, that's the quickest fleet beacon ever. I think this is the double carrier opener. But against this Nidus, it's going to be pretty darn tough. Now, where does he have vision for this? It looks like... Oh, does he have... Sorry, did he have something in the main base? No. No. That was Trigger's vision. Okay. So, a little bit of an issue there. Yeah, Nidus outside the natural. This is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough one. I think he just barely missed seeing that as well. The Ling's keeping so much pressure on right now. Start some shield batteries. Very important. All right, here's the Nidus. Okay, he sees where the Nidus is coming from. Oh, that's really smart. That's really fucking smart. I was thinking, oh, you should turn that on. This is brilliant, though. He lets the stasis ward actually block the hole instead of the stalker. Really cool stuff. Now, he's going to lose the third completely. Now, the thing is, if he holds this at all, he's going to win. If Trigger holds this, he is going to win this game. Okay, overcharge to heal this. Dude, he's making 2 Tempests. Now, Tempests don't do well against Zerglings, but he's got a lot of shield batteries. He's got a wall up here. He just needs to warp in like a couple Adepts, I think. If he puts like 2 Adepts behind the wall, 3 Adepts, 4 Adepts, something like that, right? Oh, he's even trying to save over here. Okay, that's what's going on. Nothing behind the wall in his main because he wants to save this Nexus, but it's impossible. Completely impossible there. But the thing is, if you're going to make all these Tempests, like... Dude, if you have 4 or 5 Tempests after holding this, you can just fly across the map and win the game. I'm 99% sure. And that's why Dark right now is going for Aspire. Because, like, he knows that if he doesn't kill him right now, the Tempests are going to kill everything. So he's, like, getting ready for Corruptors. Okay, we have a force field here, so he can block. Dude, the spines are so good from Dark. This is such a good rush and such a good defense of the rush. Damn, man. We got some pro gamers here, for sure. All right, so right now, Trigger is, I'm like watching kind of in awe at the way he's trying to hold this. He's running out of energy on everything. The Overcharge doing a great job. This Probe Surround actually doing a fantastic job as well. Dark somehow is 63 drones right now. I don't know how that happened. But you know what? He's getting his Spire. This is still pretty damn good defense from Trigger, I think. Like, yeah, he lost some stuff. He's going to be able to kill off all the Niduses. He does need, obviously, some detection here. Like, the amount of... Okay, here's the thing. Can you look at this game and guess that you need to go Voids? Because if he sits here and makes 5, 6 Voids, I think he still just wins, right? I think so. But if you fly across the map with, like, 5 Tempests, and your opponent has enough Corruptors, you're going to lose the game. Like, if you lose these Tempests, you're done. You have to keep those. You have to keep them. Oh, this is not going to be good. Okay, the Queen's actually forcing back, but yeah. Okay, good recall. Good recall. Okay, loses 1. Not much you can do about that. Not much you can do. That was probably best case scenario, honestly. Because if you don't have the mana for that, you actually just lose the game there. So... just Gateways, Stalkers, Twilight, +1. So we're going to see Blink Stalkers. You know, you have so many Corruptors now. I think you just have to go towards Hive so you have the option to turn them into Broods. I believe that's the case. What's this? Uh-oh. Lag. Yee, not me. TT. All right, backing up with those Oracles. Some decent little harassment there. Not that 3 drones right now makes a big difference. Corruptors swarming to try to find them. That's kind of funny looking. What is this? Pinned by Mapo TV. Moin. Sick. X that off. All right. I don't even know what Moin is. So... sounds like loin. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, in come the Corruptors, and he's just going to dive, and this makes a lot of sense. The Corruptors are not worth very much right now. You may as well dive before the trade gets worse, because it will only get worse and worse. I mean, he tries to hold on best he can there, but that's so many Corruptors. It is so many Corruptors. Mothership on the way into that many Corruptors is kind of sus, but... you know, he's getting more Stalkers. He's getting Psy Storm. Maybe it's going to be all right. Mine in British. Hey, that's mine. I get it, yeah. So a lot of Roach Queen coming up right now from Dark. So many shield batteries and everything here. Oh my god, what a good move from Dark. Seriously, this guy is just... He really is a very different Zerg from everyone else. You gotta appreciate him. No matter how crazy Zerg is as a race, like I think Dark was always going to be... Whatever race he chose, I think he was going to be a fucking sick champion. Very excellent play. That was a really good game. Very much enjoyed that. Yeah, Dark is ridiculous. He's so good, it doesn't make sense. We'll be getting into game number 2 here momentarily. Dude, I feel so much better than I did earlier. Jesus. What a difference. What a difference vitamins and tea and honey make. Was it a charged lemon tea from Starbucks? No. There's only 2 Starbucks, as far as I know, on the entire island of PEI. The closest one is 30 minutes from me. I haven't gone there at all. Mm-hmm. Brood War after this, that's correct. Here we go. By the way, guys, I want to take this moment, because I haven't done it yet. I was feeling a bit off at the beginning of the stream, to give a little shout out to the new YouTube channel for all the StarCraft 2 casting. It's Artosis Casts 2. You should use the command StarCraft 2 in chat, and it'll give you a direct link, or you can just go youtube.com/@ArtosisCasts2. Mapu has been uploading all the games there that we do on the stream. Check it out. Check it out. We've had more and more people checking it out lately, and if you like StarCraft 2, I think you should go and follow it, and yeah, there you go. All right. You're eating the dust at the bottom of a jar of honey roasted peanuts. Dude, that dust is fucking legendary, King Dweeb. It is legendary. I know exactly. I'm getting the taste in my mouth right now from that. Oh my god. I haven't had that in like 20 years, but I can still remember it. Yes, peanut salt's amazing. I love it. So, what are we looking at this game? Probe goes to check. The drone just left again, as we're used to seeing. I like those turbo accelerator zones, by the way. I wish that they weren't so small. Yeah, Trigger absolutely can be Dark, but obviously Dark is favored here, without a doubt. Like, Dark is just so good. But, you know, same opener on both sides. So 3 probes followed by double Zealot. Here's the thing. Dark learned more about Trigger than Trigger learned about Dark. Excuse me. With this opening last game. So he knows that it's going to be double Zealot Adept that comes across to cancel his third base. So now will Trigger try that again? And then if he does try that again, does Dark just blindly counter that? Does he do something like not take the third quickly? Right? That's a real possibility, is he just skips the third base for a little bit. Hell, you could even make like a hatch in your main base or something if you really want another hatch. I think that'd be kind of silly. Like, you can't really consistently spend that this early in the game. You know, with queen injects and everything. It's not quite the same economy balance as like StarCraft 1 or something, but we'll see if he makes that. He does make the hatch of the third. So here come the 2 Zealots, and don't forget we have these like super turbo accelerator zones. So they're going to get there very fast. Where's the Adept? Yeah, Adept's still being made. Is he going to poke the natural at all? No, he goes directly for the third base. I love it. There's actually a probe at the other third, so he knows it's not there. And he's going to force a cancel here again. So same opener, and I have to once again say Trigger takes the advantage from the early game. Right? There's no way you can look at it otherwise. He's forcing 2 canceled hatcheries. Oh, dude. Huge improvement here from Trigger to just send that right in instead of use that on the hatchery. I think, you know what? Maybe I called it wrong because Dark didn't adjust at all to what Trigger did last game. And then what Trigger did was he said, you know what? He didn't even try to stop me. I don't need the extra damage from the Adept. Instead, we'll shade into the natural and get some damage there. And he gets two drones for it. And 2 drones this early into the game. Dude, you're so happy. You're so happy losing that 1 Adept for 2 drones right now. It's a great trade at this point in the game. In a game that looks like this. It's... Yeah. Trigger made a better opener than last game. That's so cute. He attacks the probe to move it and then just makes the hatch. He's just more on top of his multitasking there than Trigger is for a moment. That's so funny. And he gets it down immediately. Anyways, the Zealots are walking home. 3rd Nexus is starting. Void Ray on the way right away. I like the Void. 1 Oracle into Void. I kind of like it, yeah. Seems good here. It's going to make you pretty darn safe. Get rid of some Overlords, things like that. Ooh. Okay, good position to pull back into. But actually, I think he can force a cancel here. Without the Oracle back at home. Really interesting. Is he's just barely going to save this. The Void Ray is going to get over here in time. Damn. Look at that. 16 more Lings coming, though. Oh, he's gonna try to finish it. If that Oracle moves, he's going to lose the Nexus. The Oracle needs to stay right in this area. 16 Lings. Okay, he just flew over the incoming Lings. But he's busy looking at his Nexus. Okay, it turns around. Oh, Queens are coming too. Holy shit. We have a real push coming. Forge is being started here. He's going to have to use that very defensively. Sees the Queens coming. You're going to have to give up that Nexus 100%. What? What? Yeah, okay. Well, he gives up the Nexus and the Queens turn around. Wild. What a weird game we're looking at. Oh, dude. Trigger takes so much damage on his Oracle. Definitely a mistake there. Who the F invented Oracles, someone asks. You want to know something funny about the Oracle? When it was first designed and advertised, it was advertised as a worker harassment unit that couldn't kill workers. Which everyone thought was kind of a cool idea. It's like, oh, like, you're going to, like, slow down mining or something? Like, those were kind of the ideas floating around. And now look at it. The #1 worker killing harassment unit. So 3 voids. 3 voids is pretty damn heavy on voids in this day and age. Charge on the way. Looks like Archon charge maybe. Dude, those whipped through that accelerator zone. Those things are wild. Oh yeah, the Shredder. That was the original idea for the Widow Mine, was the Shredder. A static, like you burrow it, and it would statically do splash damage in a little circle instead of shooting at like 1 mine. That's right. Good memory guy in the chat. Dude, so many things changed so much from what they thought. Yes, 1 mine kills 1 Oracle. All right, so 3rd base is up here for Trigger. We have 3 base for Dark. This is, like, they're both going pretty heavily all in. I think this is actually very favored for Trigger. What Dark is trying to do is catch Trigger when he's, like, teching too much or maybe getting ready to take a 4th base. Instead, Trigger's gearing up for, like, mass charge lots. Not just that, he has 3 voids. So when you mix in mass charge lots with 3 voids, with 2 voids, I think you're going to be able to hold this pretty well. Yeah. Yeah. All right, a lot of queens zipping across the map right now. Nidus is prepared, right? Where's the Nidus going to go? I think that's what these lings were trying to look for, was a place for Nidus. Dude, he is really setting up heavy defense here. Has those zealots down on the map, ready for a counterattack. Oh, Baneling's coming in too. Damn, Dark's serious. He really wants to win this tournament. All right, here it comes. Oh, he blows up the overcharged cannon immediately. 4 Archons in here. Not the best units against those. Obviously, the Void Rays are going to be very, very powerful, but they are out actually fighting elsewhere. This base losing all of its static D that quickly? I don't know about this, man. Nidus going up in the main base. You know, originally this was looking pretty decent for Trigger. He does get a good surround there. The Voids are flying back to try to help now. I think it's a little bit late at this point. They are going to help out a lot over here. And Immortal pops out as well. If he had another battery with an overcharge here, I'd be feeling a lot better about his chances. So the Voids get picked by the Queens. It's about as good as you're going to get there for Dark. Oh, man. Roach is the main base. He doesn't lose that many probes considering. I think Dark is going to be able to just plow through him at this point. Unfortunate for Trigger. You know, he's a great player. Obviously, again, Dark always going to be favored against just about everyone in the tournament, right? There's like a couple of Korean players in Clem that can really fight Dark evenly all the time. But yeah, that's going to be a 2-0 for Dark. And that means Dark goes to, what is it, the round of 4? Yeah, round of 4. See where we're at in the bracket. So we have Kira up here, waiting Hero Clem. Dark awaiting Bjorn Wayne. So we're going to go into Bjorn versus Dark. That's a pretty fucking good match. That's a pretty good match. I'm going to refill my tea. I'll be right back. All right. Me and my handsome sweater are back. We'll be starting this next game in just a moment, guys. Beyond vs. Dark. A couple world champions going to be going at it. Is it merino or cashmere wool? I don't know. I'd imagine merino.
Ballasts cheered. X300,
It's a
your
ballast.
outfit is very Canadian.
Thanks, dude. As I said before, we took family pictures like 2 days ago. Like my wife set up like a photo shoot with a photographer and she made me wear this sweater. I looked very handsome. She dressed the kids up so cute. Oh my God. It's funny, so many people are like, now that you're back in Canada. Guys, I'm American. I've never lived in Canada before. I went to DreamHack Montreal one time
Ballasts
and
cheered.
visited my wife's family one time.
X300, did you also have Sarah Kerrigan wings for family pictures?
No, but I had the high heels. Makes my butt look better. You can never see the photos as one. Unless one of you gets to my house at some point. Any guys in the chat show up at my house, I'm going to make you sign in on my iPad with your ID so I can double check who you are. Some of you I would let in. Some of you I would not. It's like Protoss Weed Lord signs in, and then fucking cop cars swarm from every direction.
Ballasts cheered. X300, DM me the address.
You ever in PEI, hit me up, Alice.
Ballasts cheered. X300, I'll pay a cover.
It's not a club. You like my mug, guys? You are Canadian in your soul the way you have always behaved. No, I'm not. I'm fucking rude. They're all so nice up here. I'm so clearly an American from the Northeast. So fucking clearly. Actually, I remember many years ago, Tasteless like watched some video about the way that different. I think it was him that said this. He like saw some video about like the way people act in different regions of America. He's like, it totally makes sense that you're from there.
If you think Bellsprout could outsuck Birdo, you're insane. Not only does Birdo have a more powerful suction on her hot lips, her thick and curvy body is so lewd. She gets dolled up for you with that cute red bow, and her eyes have a seductive gaze that would finish you off. Fuck, Birdo is so fucking hot.
Thanks, Dragon Wolf Dr. Chen. We watching Clem? No, we're going to be going into Beyond versus Dark. Clem, I believe, is in the middle of the game right now. Do I plan on playing this game right here? I sure do. I sure do, guy in the chat. When my wife is feeling a bit better, she's been under the weather for a few days.
Profane donated $3.
I want to play it with her.
to go to where your mailboxes and just begin knocking on doors in an ever-expanding circle, handing posters to the people that answer with your face superimposed on an image of Dr. Phil in an effort to serve you in person. Serve you what? Wait.
That would actually work. It wouldn't, I don't think it would take that long either. Did that not read the TTS?
Profane donated $3.
That's
Don't
weird.
forget Super Mario RPG Remake Arty November Arty Super Mario RPG Remake.
I did like that game when it came out. I think I played Gino Mallow Mario or something. I forget. Do you have to have Mario in your party? I remember the party I made. I was like, damn, this is the best party for sure.
Ballasts cheered. X300, my kids are playing it. They are 4 and have trouble moving forward and jumping at the same time. But today they worked as a team and collected hard to reach coins. Proud dad moment.
Yeah. So I guess it's too late because they're already improving and stuff, but the actual way to teach children how to walk forward and jump at the same time, Paw Patrol on a Roll is a game that you can get for little kids, and I taught all 3 of my little ones how to actually properly play video games through this, because there's no way to get stuck or to die. And the first mission, the only things you do are like basically press forward and jump onto things. And that's it. And there's no time limit. You can't lose. So all 3 little ones all learn like that. That game didn't exist when my oldest daughter was young. So she just learned in a harder way. But yeah, Paw Patrol on a Roll for anyone with young kids where you want to teach them. Because that's like an issue at first, is they can't do that. That's like the main thing. Like I had almost forgotten that I had taught the twins, the 6-year-old twins, how to do it with that. And then when my well, she's now 4, but when she was my 3-year-old, she started wanting to play some of the Mario games with him, but she couldn't get over cliffs and stuff. So I put her on that, and she learned.
$3.33. Artie, do you ever think about how weird the guys in the chat
Mattis,
treat you,
yes.
and how if something horrendous were to ever happen to you, the FBI would find out you were a streamer and a team of agents would have to read through thousands of hours of your chat logs?
Well, at least I won't be here anymore. Yeah, Mattis, that's literally exactly it. Those fucking rabbits. That's how your kids learn. Yes, 100%, 100%. We've beaten that rabbit mission so many times. My 3-year-old, when we started playing, she wanted to do the other missions so bad. I'm like, no, this one, like the second mission has like this little hole you can fall in where you have to jump to the left and then to the right if you fall into it. And she was having such a hard time there, I put her back on the rabbit mission. I did make my children play Mario 1 some. I have made them play that. Like, occasionally I'll take away video games, but let them play, like, old shitty video games.
Ballasts cheered. X300, my wife, the neurosurgeon, asked if you are drinking soup from a stone.
Soup from a stone? No, this is a Luigi cup that has green tea in it. Yeah. I had this idea that I would make my kids play older video games as young children to make sure that they actually had what it took, because any kids that start on iPad games and shit, because like my kids, they played some iPad games, but I was like, this is too easy. This is stupid. So I was trying to make them play like Nintendo, like original Nintendo games like me to learn. It didn't really work out very well. I had to let them play some of the other games.
Barry cheered. X333, Artosis, busy screaming at Protoss imbalance, couldn't hear the front door of his Canadian palace get kicked in. Detective Sub-Zero walked through the rubble
You
that
are
was the
delusional
front
if you
door,
think
then
Birdo
Dr.
even
Mario threw a pill into his front lobby. It was a chill pill. But Dr. Sub-Zero was anything but.
Thank you, Barry. Always a fan of Detective Sub-Zero.
You are delusional if you think Birdo even compares to the queen that is Elephant Peach. Birdo is a trunklet in comparison to the lengthy, girthy glory that is Elephant Peach's
Oh my
prehensile
God.
nasal muscles. Birdo cannot suck
my
and hold half
God.
the liquid that Elephant Peach's trunk can, and she can hold vast volumes for the duration of an entire level, over 300 seconds. She also has the superior sense of style, rocking white silk bloomers like it's the 1930s. Do we even need to mention the crushing?
Tail spinner. Welcome. Thank you. That's a good start one. All right. Here we go, guys. Beyond vs. Dark. 2 former world champions going at it. 2 GSL champions going at it. 2 sick badasses going at it. So we have Dark here in the bottom right of Site Delta. And in the top left, we have Björn. Okay. Quick thought here. Björn opens with 2 to 3 racks Reaper openers all the time right now. He's unbelievable with them. Unbelievable. We'll see how heavily he plays into that here. Who the fuck beat Ninja Gaiden? Dude, Ninja Gaiden. Me and my older brother got to the last boss and got him to 1 health and fucking choked and died. It was one of the saddest days. We never made it back. It was so sad. All right, so 2 racks. We'll see if he goes into a 3rd one. He normally does 2 racks, so that's what I'm expecting, but occasionally he will go for the 3rd and go very heavily into the Reapers. I wouldn't mind to see that. I think Dark is of such a level. Maybe Bjorn wants to try to get that big advantage early instead of a slight one. God, you guys are actually making me really nostalgic while I kind of wait for this game to start up reading. It's like, have you beaten Gauntlet? It's like, damn, yeah. I actually, we went to a place called Palladium in Halifax, and me and my son put fucking quarters into the machine until we beat the Transformers game. It was awesome. We were very proud. All right, so it is going to be a 2 racks Reaper opener here. We'll see if he stops on 3 Reapers. That's generally how it goes into a command center from there. And then, well, you have a lot of options from there. We'll talk about that as we move forward. Where's the 3rd? Where's the 3rd Reaper? Is he really only going to make 2? Really? 2 Reaper? 2 racks, 2 Reaper? Huh. That's... I haven't seen anyone do this. Not that it's like a mind-boggling thing. Like, obviously, you could cut one. Your opponent is going to think you're going to have 3. But it is different. It is different. It's like, it's kind of trying to make Zerg play exactly the same. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit less damage that you're putting out. All right. Not sure why they're typing these. Z is like a laugh from Bjorn, but that's like the N key for Dark, so I'm not really sure what that's signifying. So anyways, you know, Bjorn is teching up really, really quickly here. Got his add-ons going a little bit. Tech Lab is coming up. Stim on the way. So I guess what we're seeing here actually is 2 Reaper when it's normally a 3 Reaper opener. But he's going into a 2-on-1. Or no, maybe... Well, I think that's what he's going to do, but I guess we'll see. He just moved the factory off of the Tech Lab, so that points out to me that very likely he'll put the starport onto the Tech Lab, right? But normally you make a reactor and then, you know, grab a couple medevacs for a 2-on-1. Like he's getting stim and he's on 2 racks, so it seems like that would make sense, but instead he goes Cloak and Banshee. Okay, so Marines with stim and Cloak and Banshee. This looks like a 2-on-1, but I mean, Dark can't see it all yet. So for him, he might be thinking it's 3 racks, 4 racks. You know, Bjorn does that sometimes. The Reaper opening into 4 barracks, that type of thing. So there's a lot that has to be prepared for. And in fact, he's doing the anti-2-on-1 opener, where it's just a very fast +1 carapace. And then he'll make sure that he has like 7 queens and, yeah, plenty of lings. And that's, you know, I talked about this a lot last week, and I'm sure so many times since 2016. Because 2-on-1 was Bjorn's best build back when he won the World Championship. And this has been the counter ever since then. It's just everyone kind of agrees this is a great way to play against it. But yeah, it's not that this isn't like, it's funny because like instead of Medivacs here, it's a Banshee, and it's going to be multiple Banshees, but there are going to be plenty of queens. There are a lot of lings out here right now, by the way. There's a lot of fucking lings. We might actually see Dark try to kill Bjorn. Like, I could see him morphing a bunch of Banes on the left side. Oh, he's getting Burrow. Look at that. Okay, Cloaked Banshee coming in. Spores are absolutely not ready, so he is going to get a very good amount of drones here. As long as he micros nicely. So far, so good. Good transfuse. So already 6 kills. Very, very good. 12 drones being made. So doubling that killed amount. Carapace is just about to finish. And where are those 9 Banes? They're out in front of... Yeah, he's gonna try to go for a kill. He's got a lot of lings right now, guys. He has, like, I want to say 60. It's a fucking lot. It is a lot for 6 minutes into the game. All right, here we go. We actually have the engagement. All right, some Banelings connect. He gets on top of the wall, which is important. He can't let this close.
ST4 and Kai Hanglo cheered.
Oh, we'll play that in a second, Stanky. Sorry. But, okay, he gets rid of the Tech Lab upgrades. Surrounding everything, the SCV's trying their best to help out in this fight. But look at the amount of damage dealt. Bjorn taking a lot of damage here, losing 16 workers. You know, obviously he had done some damage to Dark across the map, and Dark had, in a way, done damage to himself by making so many Zerglings. But certainly this feels like Dark got enough compensation there, right? Like, he got a lot, and he killed a good amount of Marines there as well. Now, the Banshees are still flying around, still being very, very annoying. I'm not even sure why he's doing that exactly. Like, maybe just checking, making sure nothing left through, like, the side through Medivac, something like that. Oh, it doesn't have the mana for Cloak there on that Banshee, unfortunately. So combat shields had to be restarted. +1 armor on the way here for Bjorn. +1 melee on the way here for Dark. Dark just now getting layer, actually. That's kind of wild. I hadn't noticed that it was that late, of course, though. If you look at the way this game has been played thus far. Great transfusion, by the way, just saving that queen. We're removing some of these overlords. Bjorn deciding it is time to try to move out. Ooh, good lift up on that depot. Very important lift up as well.
ST4.
we'll play it in a minute. We'll play it in a minute. But yeah, so look at this. Okay, Bjorn is trying a tank push from the side. He still has one of those Banshees floating around. You know, we're about to have 1-1 upgrades on both sides right now. They're pretty even as far as those upgrades go. That is a lot of Banes up there, but speed is not done yet. Gonna be able to get this hatchery, it looks like. Not much counterplay available there for Dark. Boosting up into the main base. Gonna kill off these spores before they're even ready. Yeah, he's gonna have to just lift there. That is a lot of Zerglings. Wow, even gets a shot from that far. Damn. So Bjorn getting that third base up and mining. Keeping his worker count pretty close. Dark up in supply a bit when he's army supply a bit here, where he's on Lingbane Queen, right? So that's a pretty strong army he has. Don't forget, Banes did get a nerf. then, well, this is kind of a funny thing because Byun is acting like he's going to poke in. He's not. He's not actually going to. He's like removing some creep and he's keeping Dark a bit busy. Honestly, I think that was a good opportunity for Dark to maybe hit the third base. Byun's army is kind of split right now. And in fact, that's interesting. He's going to leave a chunk of it, send 2 medevacs home, leave a chunk with the tanks. Now, a little bit of a... Oh, he really wants that other Ling, huh? A little bit of a drop coming in. Overlord speed not done yet. I like the idea. They did buff Overlord drops a little bit. They have like quicker DXL and stuff. So they basically unload. They get to the spot that they're trying to unload and unload more quickly. If you watch a lot of Starcraft 2, you can notice it. Trust me. So Lings get in. And yeah, Byun has plenty here. This isn't going to do anything. But this didn't cost a lot. So I think it's a totally fine idea for him to try. The Banshee's still somehow alive here flying around. Being incredibly annoying. If you can pick off some Banshees, you're pretty happy here. He may have seen that. Yep, he saw it. Okay, so that's a big deal in a lot of ways. That's a big deal in a lot of ways. Like, he knows now that he has to look out for Burrow. And, of course, he gets those Banes as well. Not that losing 3 Banes is going to be the end of the world. Both sides approaching that max supply, over 100 army supply each. Byun, okay, he's going to come down here. He has more than enough to kill this all, but not super cost efficiently. I don't like Dark's position all that much right this second. Like, he's definitely got a lot of army supply. He definitely has potential here to kill this army. But don't forget, as he battles, he basically has to replace everything. Ling Bane just evaporates as it attacks. So while you might kill your opponent's army, you definitely have to make sure that you have enough macro hatches, enough larvae to replace basically the whole thing. And that can be tough. And that's why you absolutely must tech up during this. And he is getting the Ultros Cavern, but it is a little ways off. So he's going to have to take at least one more engagement with just Ling Bane. Some Vipers coming out as well. That's super helpful. I think Blinding Cloud is really what you're looking for there. Possibly Parasitic Bomb as well, of course. It's kind of like a punish more than anything. Doesn't really help during the battle. Looks like we had a little Baneling run in there. It's a nice micro here from Byun. Just keeping pressure on. Being as annoying as can be. Yeah, not quite able to get up there. Maybe if the tank hadn't been there. All right, another stim and an attack here on that 5th base. Dark expanding the bottom right now. Wow, that's a good pickoff. That's really an excellent pickoff. Dark did not want to lose that. That wasn't like a purposeful sacrifice. That was a, oops, I didn't get there in time sacrifice. So right now, 3-3 Adrenal and Chitinous Plating on the way. Dark really looking to nail that Hive transition here. When he gets his 3-3 and all, like basically all those upgrades done, this Ling Bane Ultra is going to be really scary. But that's another hatchery canceled. Byun is doing such a good job with the pressure. Now, there's those Parasitic Bombs, of course. That's the way he's chosen to start to fight back against the Medivacs overall. Very annoying. It's not going to kill him. Oh, that one does kill it. I thought that was going to have like 1 health left at the end, but no, I guess not. So nice pick off. Nidus Worm almost done. There is an Overlord looking inside the main base of Byun. So we'll see if he's able to get that up without Byun noticing. Byun's pretty damn good at looking at the minimap, so not sure he'll be able to. All right, there it goes. Let's see. Oh, dude, Byun. Oh, no, he sees it. He sees it. He's going in. He really is on top of that type of thing. Like, look at that. There's a lot going on the map right now, but here he is. He's just like, yeah, no problem. Oh, Banelings lead the charge. Yeah, eliminates that pretty easily, though. All right, Ultra Speed is on the way. That's a funny difference on Burrow between StarCraft 1 and 2. If you attack a burrowed unit in StarCraft 1, it immediately unburrows. That's almost a quality of life thing. That's kind of funny that there's a quality of life thing. I think that's the thought process behind it, is you don't want it to just die, you want it to get up and fight. But I think that might be something that they designed as a quality of life thing. I think it actually is probably stronger that it doesn't unburrow. In fact, I know it's stronger that it doesn't unburrow in StarCraft 2. But yeah, just kind of a funny thing. I never thought of that. So in comes a gigantic amount of Ling Bane. Some Ultras getting up here as well. The speed upgrade is done. Great upgrades. Byun's still going to be able to hold on. Secondary attack coming in. Oh, just parasitic bombs going down all over the place here. Forcing a liftoff. Lots of SCVs falling as well. Byun is still okay. He's still got a pretty sick army. We don't really have ghosts yet, though, right? Like, I haven't seen a Ghost Academy at all. So these Ultras are going to be mega hard to deal with. Like, I think he will just go heavy Marauder. You can see he's already transitioned into 3 Marauders at a time. And that certainly will help. So 5 Ultras coming up. Dark is making like a really cool and very good army. But his base count is not actually that strong. Like, he has been struggling to keep 5 bases up this entire time. Luckily for him, he happens to be, like, the best lower econ Zerg late game player in the world. And, like, I think you can see that reflected here. It's not like... A lot of the time you'll see games that look, like, get this long. You know, Zerg's going to be sitting on 3K, 2K banks, something like that, right? So it's really easy for them to remake. But in this case, definitely... You know, Dark is having to be a bit more careful with his units. He cannot just replace everything every time. Okay, let's see these Blinding Clouds. Oh, he actually chooses Parasitic Bomb there. I am surprised. I don't understand any world in which you don't throw a you know, at least one cloud over that tank. Anyways, he is reducing the health of those medevacs immensely. Those are going to start popping, which will make a big difference. Great Ling run in up here to pick off these 2 tanks. No support. I think you should be able to load Hellbats on top of a siege tank so that they can protect it from things like that late game. A lot of Ultras starting to hit everywhere. Yeah, Byun with a little bit of a counterattack. A lot of things on fire for Byun, unfortunately. He still has a lot of army supply, though. A lot of what he's lost here is economy, and obviously that's a big deal. But if he can be efficient against these Ultras, it's pretty big. Dude, there's air coming off of them as they run forward. That's how fast they are. Crazy. But look how efficient this is. Holy crap. Just barely gets that planetary. Imagine if Byun had saved that. That would have been wild. Okay, Byun is down to 24 workers, but still has similar army supply. His economy, though, is completely garbage. Completely garbage. He's barely mining. He's got like a few patches at his 3rd, and that's it. Luckily, he doesn't really have enough SCVs to do anything else, so it's perfect. The perfect match between his SCV count and the mineral patches. Ooh, nice mine hit there, but Dark getting this very excellent surround. Some good parasitic bombs going down. I tell ya. This is a beautiful game. This is a beautiful game. Byun now clearing out a bunch of the creep. He's really starting to apply pressure here because he has to, but I think he's dead. Like, Dark is he's gonna be able to finish him here. But Byun has to basically push nonstop. There's not really any options because his economy is so weak. If he's not consistently trading and getting good favorable trades, there's no way to win this game. But I think that's literally impossible. You look at the amount of queens we have. The economy of Dark is just so much better, even though it's only 65 workers. GG. That was just a superb game out of Dark. And Byun actually played very, very well because he was actually pretty well behind a couple times that game and fought back really nicely. So that was excellent play from both sides, but you can really see why Dark's in the top 4 GSL right now. Dude, the comfiest. Oh, let me play these stanky donos.
ST4 and Kai Hanglo cheered. X300, you guys ever do that thing where you've got your kids for the weekend because your ex-wife Celia and her new boyfriend Greg are going to Bowling Green for a late fall vacation, and you think your kids would get to learn a bit about chemistry if you took them to the Jack Daniels distillery and showed them how white lightning turns into the sweet, sweet dark poison, and anyway, you ask your son to drive home but he refuses and you spend 3 hours arguing in the parking lot. Guys? What? ST4 and Kai Hanglo cheered. X300, man fuck you guys. He's 12, he can see over the steering wheel and I can get my daughter
Dude, in the old days, the farmer days, they would have been fine.
Do you ever do that one?
Dude, I can't even drive right now.
Where you're drunk from the bourbon distillery and you ask your 12-year-old son to drive home.
I haven't done it yet.
Man fuck you guys. Glad Celia's attorney isn't interested in a 40-year-old playing a 15-year-old game.
All right. We're into the next game. Beyond vs. Dark, game number 2. We're on Oceanborn. Yeah, actually, don't they have laws for, like, certain areas? Like, if you work on it, like, if you're part of a farm or something, like your family owns a farm, don't you get to drive a lot earlier or something like that? I believe that's the case, but maybe I'm... Thanks, Stanky. No, I believe that's the case. Farmer's license. There you go. So, we'll see how many Reapers that Bjorn wants to make this game, right? Last game he made 2. Will he go with the 2 again into the quicker tech? Will he go for Banshee play? You know, last game Dark prepared for a 2-on-1, which I thought it was going to be, and I could see the whole map. But yeah, I guess the Tech Lab kind of gave away it was going to be Banshee, obviously. He might do the same thing. Bjorn gets stuck on builds sometimes. Sometimes he decides, you know what, we're just gonna do this one build over and over and over. So, 3rd Reaper. Now, is that just because the Overlord is over the barracks? Dude, imagine if he had started a Marine there. No, it's gonna fly away anyways. But 6 Lings on the way, as well as a couple Queens. So Dark getting ready to parry this. You know what's funny? I used to talk so much shit on Reaper versus Ling. This what you're seeing, but now it matters because everyone goes 3 Reaper. Before it, like, literally actually didn't matter, and people would argue with me on Reddit because they're fucking stupid and they have Dunning-Kruger effect. But yeah, it's nowadays it actually does matter, so I can't even talk shit on it anymore. It's like, yeah, damage those Lings extra because you have 2 more Reapers coming. And, you know, that's like that will build up the damage over time. So he's putting pretty heavy damage on the 3rd hatch. Normally when you go just 3 Reaper, you should not be able to kill that 3rd hatch. I think I saw it happen one time, but like you probably should not be able to do it. He's actually putting really serious damage there. Speed is almost done. I do think Dark will save this. Like, I would be pretty surprised if Dark doesn't save this. Got a couple more Lings coming in. Oh, speed is almost done. It was so close there. Okay, so Byun backs up. Dark does save the hatch. All right, so, you know, Stim, this time it is a 2-on-1. So this looks exactly the same, but he's making a reactor instead of a tech lab on the factory. So this actually will be the 2-on-1. I think Dark will react the same way as he did last game, because you might look at this and say, oh, is it going to be 2 Banshees? Maybe he'll get Spores earlier, and that would be Bjorn's game 1 build, setting up Dark to be a bit behind in game 2. So that would be kind of cool. But we don't see +1 carapace. I think what we are going to see is Spores going down in you know, what, 45 seconds or something like that. You know, I think that's, yeah, it seems that way. I think that Bjorn is actually kind of out mind game Dark here. So just to put this in perspective, guys, right? So this build looks like 2-on-1, which is 2 Barracks Marines, 1 factory, 1 starport. The starport goes for 2 medevacs, and you go across the map with, I believe with the new stim timing, it's like 14 Marines most of the time, but this is a different build altogether, so it's probably 16 Marines. And the counter to that is like 7 Queens and +1 carapace on the way with speedlings. So that's what he did last game against this, but Bjorn went double cloaked Banshee and just screwed around with the Marines. Oh, actually it's 12 Marines. Okay. That makes sense. Anyways, so he actually did not react that way this game. Dark has reacted in a completely different way. You know, he's only got 5 Queens here. Normally you block this with 7. And your +1 carapace will finish really quickly. But here we're going to have Stim. And here Dark's going to look at this and say, oh, this is actually a little bit harder to hold than what I was expecting. He doesn't have really the proper counter, but he brings more Queens out immediately. He brings all of his Queens to the front. And Bjorn just dodges it. He's just cleaning up creep. This was cool. This, when you look at the 2 games collectively together, it becomes much more beautiful, right? If this is just a single standalone game, you might look at it and say, well, this doesn't mean a whole lot. But when you look at it in the context of game 1, there's like a lot of moving parts here that these 2 have done against each other. So very, very cool stuff. 1-1 is coming up a little bit slower for Dark than it is for Bjorn. He's already got that Baneling speed on the way, as well as Burrow once again. Seems like he's really digging Burrow lately. Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. You know, we don't really get damage from Bjorn, but he's keeping the creep spread really far back. So if he continues down this road of kind of keeping creep spread back, that's going to make his next push strong, right? Like when you see someone play a build that's oftentimes, oh man, he forces the cancel. Very nice, and loses almost nothing. But when you see someone play something like a 2-on-1 and then really not pressure the Queens, not pressure for Lings and stuff like that, and instead remove creep, that means that they're setting up for a later timing, right? And here he does get the cancel there, and part of that is that the creep was kept very far back, and he's poking and he's prodding with it, as he should, but trying not to lose anything here because he wants it as part of the big push that's going to be coming a little bit later. So you just see him continually pick up. You know, he's like, well, can I kill anything? And the answer is very little right at this moment. But again, this push that will be coming up from Bjorn. Now, honestly, I don't think the push is now. I think the perfect timing for this, if he starts 2-2, is exactly when 2-2 finishes. I would be very happy if he tries to play it like that. Starts +2. Come on. Because if you look at this, right, like he set himself up for the continuation of upgrades with that armory, right, and getting the 2-2. And then he's also set himself up for having a higher amount of splash damage with, ooh, nice. I didn't even see that there. Burrowed Banelings. But also he set himself up nicely with the second factory to have more splash damage. So like while you can pressure with something like this, this should only be a pressure. And you can see him turning around there, right? And I don't think he's turning around because of this small harassment. But I think what you're supposed to do with what Bjorn has is more of a roaming play. Like trying to force your opponent to make units rather than drones. If he fully commits with that army he has on the map, I think that is going to lead to a Dark victory. Because I don't believe that he's going to get a hatchery with this. Oh, Dark actually runs the drones, so maybe he's a bit more scared of that than what I thought. Now, Baneling's rolling in through the... Oh my god, that's a sick hit right there. That is a sick hit. Now, Dark is not going to try to save this. He actually is going to give this hatch up. So this was actually a beautiful play from Bjorn. My bad. I actually thought that Dark was going to jump down on top of that ASAP. But yeah, this is nice. Now Byun coming up the ramp, and Dark decides to come down and fight. Oh man, the tanks are doing so much work on those Banes. That's insane. That was so inefficient for Dark. Byun has to be very, very happy with that spot. And despite losing all those SCVs, still has a very healthy SCV count at 64. This is a planet with reverse gravity, nothing special. Dude, it's water, man. Things just float up in water. Don't you know that? Like when whales die, they float to the surface. So, still poking and prodding here. Ooh, and he only detonates 2. I love it. The preciseness of Dark. I love it. Another poke onto this hatch. Not going to be able to get that one. Byun putting out such a nice game here. +3 carapace coming up. Oh, man. You think this area is safe because you already hit a Baneling landmine there. But it's not. Go ahead, Byun. Take a couple steps forward. Dude, Dark is so on top of everything. Holy crap. He's winning GSL. All right, Dark. Let's see if he can defend here. Some well-placed mines in here for sure. Byun microing back. Let's see what the mine hits look like. Ooh, that was a good mine drag. The second mine hit, very good for Byun. Planetary definitely doing its job there. Not sure if that unburrow is going to be any good. I guess you can't be on top of everything, Dark. Well, the parasitic bombs sucking up some of these medevacs still. Yeah. Doesn't seem likely that's going to do too much. Now the parasitic bomb comes out nice. You will be able to clean that pretty easy without the medevac there. Some pretty decent engages there from Dark, but his supply is pretty low at this point. You know, he's trying to get 5 base. Again, he's having kind of a harder game getting up to that 5 base. +3 attack is going to be finishing here for Byun pretty quickly. He's got his upgrades just slightly ahead of Dark's in both ways. The Ultra's Cavern has started, but it's going to be a while before chitinous plating and Ultra Speed is done. So, you know, Dark is still going to have to take a couple more engagements at least with Ling Bane. Two more starports coming up for Byun. That's interesting. I wonder what that's for. It can't just be medevacs. I mean, I guess maybe when you get to this stage of the game, you don't want to wait and micro getting reactors. So you could just add 2 starports and it just kind of makes it so you can make 4 at a time. That's kind of what makes most sense to me here. I don't think this is a game where you're adding in Liberators right now. Maybe later against Ultra. But right now, it's not that good against Ling Bane. Ooh, trying to snipe down. Does get that Viper. Really nice. Oh, man, this mine over here. Getting ready for some mass kills. Another kill on a hatchery. Byun just continuing to press. Look at that. Units lost. 50% more for Dark. That's what playing Ling Bane against Byun looks like. So some more mine drops coming up here as well. 6 drop overlords. What? What is he doing with 6 drop overlords? Dude, what is that? Is he going to try to drop in the main, or is he going to try to like drop every base at once? I honestly am not sure of what this idea is. Drilling Claws coming up for Bjorn. Is it a fake drop? Is that it? I think that might be a fake drop. It's down at the bottom right now. Yeah, it seems like Bjorn... Is Bjorn pulling back? No, he's not. I'm like watching the mini-map right now just so you guys understand. Down at the very bottom of the map, you see like globs of red flying around. I believe that's the 6 drop lords. I think Dark is trying to trick Bjorn into slowing him down, but it doesn't seem to be working. So many lings come up that they actually kill the planetary in a matter of seconds. This big spread drop doing a pretty darn good job as well from Bjorn. Bjorn just about maxed out. Doesn't seem like there's a lot left here for Dark. GG. Bjorn ties it up 1-1. Another excellent game from these two. Another excellent game. I really think this game turned completely into Bjorn's favor when he did cancel that hatch in the top right after he started 2-2 and a second factory. So, like, basically, he took this moment where he was continuing to build towards, like, the end game, right? Like, he's continuing to scale up really well, get really powerful upgrades, get really powerful units. But he took what he had, which, again, oftentimes when you're playing like that, you're getting more upgrades and kind of not exactly transitioning. It's like a consistent production, but adding on that second factory, which is one of the biggest adds that you get as far as production facilities go in Terran vs. Zerg. Normally, when you're doing that, a lot of times you're roaming and harassing. You're not able to just kill a hatchery while doing that and then get your army basically out of there as well. But that was a huge moment for Bjorn. You know, Dark, you could see that Dark actually did not feel prepared for it immediately as soon as he saw it, he ran the drones away. Where it's like, well, if you're not ready for that, that's going to be a problem. Dude, why is everyone so obsessed with my sweater? Do you guys want me to check where this was bought so that you can get one too? We can all be twinsies? Ask my wife. I'm coming over with my sweater. We're going to kick back and have a couple margs. As long as you call them margs. Like, all right, let's have a couple margs. I love bad abbreviations. All right, we're going to the next game. Game 3. Dark versus Beyond, the winner going up in that prize pool. All right, so I have an update for you guys. This sweater is from Ireland. It's 100% wool, and it was purchased on Amazon.com. That's a site that sells all sorts of different things. You may have heard of it. All right. Bjorn versus Dark. It's going to be a command center first from Bjorn this time. A good switch up in openers. You don't want to do the same build every game. All right. I mean, Command Center First is just such a good build to mix in, I think, in a best of 3, best of 5. Best of anything. Should always be mixed in occasionally. It's merino wool, as anticipated, guys in the chat. This is an $85 sweater. I'm fucking looking rich here today.
I have to tell an inconvenient truth about the so-called protagonists of this Starcraft plotline.
Oh?
Reyna and the Protos. The Protos committed war crimes and genocide on Chao Sara, and Jim Reyna became a terrorist because his cousin, Kerrigan, died on Marsara. We actually all owe Mengsk a huge debt of gratitude. He alone stood between humanity and its enemies. I will support Emperor Mengsk until the day I die. I will pour gallons of lamb sauce up the rectums of anyone who opposes Mengsk.
You know, I actually I'm gonna pause the donos for now, but I do have to agree. Mengsk actually was the good guy in StarCraft. He was the leader that the Terrans needed, and it's kind of like, I mean, it's fucked up how the storyline went. I'm no fan of Raynor. Only Raynor I like is the Italian Zerg. All right. So, some Lings coming up to harass a little bit. This was like the latest units ever from Beyond. This was the most, like, you literally can't get greedier than what we've seen here, basically. But he's going very quickly into 4X. I believe the Lings saw that, so that's like a huge, huge find. If you know that someone is going into 4X play, it's like, well, I mean, if they bring the units across the map and lose them, you're just going to be way ahead. But honestly, after Command Center First and how greedy this has been, I think Beyond's going to be fine almost no matter what in this game. Yeah, so we have Roach Warren actually coming up very quickly. I like that. I like that a lot. I think this is the right play from Dark. You know, he's more of a Roach bro anyways. Not really that much. Well, I mean, he's very good with Lingbane as well. I can't deny that, but I think Roach here is going to play out a little bit better against the 4X for him. I think for most people it would not, but in this case, yeah. So Dark right now, Roach Warren finishes, starts some Roaches immediately. He's definitely going to need those. Factory coming up for Beyond. It is kind of a late factory here at 420. We got 10 Roaches on the way. All right. A lot of Lings being made. That's kind of interesting. I think his idea here might be to try to surround the Marines. Like bring the Roaches up the front and then wrap the Lings around the back to block them from running away. I believe that's what we're going to see, but hold on. Hold on. He didn't bring the Lings up yet, so maybe not. Well, here come the Lings, but it's super late, man. Dude, Beyond just smashing. Smashing right there. That was really good from Beyond. Very, very good. Look at this. He's up 10 workers right now, which is absurd in this matchup. Absurd. Double medevac on the way. Ravagers come in. Oh, he's going to pop the SCV before the bunker's done. Damn, you're not going to have a bunker now. Can't get that finished in time. Really excellent aim. Dude, look at this attack from Bjorn. This is really cool. Ling Ravager is not something you see all the time, but I mean, this is as old as the Ravager is, basically. One of the original combos. Some good zoning plays. You know, the medevacs are out, though. Just look at the zoning, though. Seriously, like one at a time. Look at these spreads. Seriously, this is some of the better biles I've seen. And a good bile doesn't mean it hit. A lot of times when a bile hits, it's your opponent screwing up. Here, it's like he's actually planning those biles out so well. But now brings in the rest of his units. Let's see if this is going to work for Dark. I'm not so sure that it will. Some good blocking by those SCVs. He has that Siege Tank in the back, consistently putting out damage as well. 40 workers for both sides. More Ravagers on the way. More Lings on the way. Dark is like, he's pretty damn all in here. Truly. Oh, boy. Got to get that Siege Tank right now. Yeah, that's your one opportunity to get it while everything's in the medevac still. Loses like 2 Ravagers trying to get it, though, unfortunately. Loses 2 more trying to back up. Bjorn, I think, is just going to take this. Look at this. And he can, of course, always lift up here if he wants to. +1 just now finishing. +1 carapace just starting for Bjorn. Who, by the way, is on, like, no supply, man. 39 drones. Trying to drone up a bit as he runs back home with a few units left over, but doesn't seem very likely. Bjorn is going to just apply pressure now like you'd never seen. Looking really, really rough right now. Triple medevac headed towards the main. No, turns around. You know, the fact that Dark is still sitting here and he's trying to squeeze out some drones and squeeze out some roaches, it's actually pretty impressive. Right? Because, like, looking at the math of this game, with Bjorn, like, being up in workers for a very long time, he's got, like, a very cost-efficient set of units. He's got medevacs that are going to be hard to deal with. And Dark is, like, really trying his best to win this. He's not taking, like, any super big risks right now. He already took some risks before. And, well, I mean, we're going to see if Bjorn is able to actually finish this off. So here comes a big boost up into the natural. Yeah, Dark has, like, this Roach Ravager army is on top of it in a matter of seconds. But that's the thing. Like, are you always going to be able to do that? Eventually, you'll see Bjorn come out with a second group on the other side, like a second set of medevacs. Probably 2, right? And try to hit, like, maybe that bottom base while he tries to boost in again towards the natural, that type of thing. He is setting up some siege tanks, some supply depots, just in case that this turns into, like, one of those max Roach Ravager bust timings. I don't think it's going to. Honestly, I think he's going to go into Ultra. I think he's going to go into Lingbane Ultra from here. Like, Roach Ravager can go into that. It's one of the original things Roach Ravager was going into when Legacy of the Void came out. But, well, we'll see. Here comes 2 medevacs. The other 4 all went home. I'm kind of interested in what Bjorn is doing here. I feel like he's sitting back a bit more defensively than what I had imagined from the opening. I felt like he should really apply more pressure, and he's so good at that. Because, you know, when your opponent's running away after making that many Lings and Ravagers, like, you know they don't have much, but he's squeezed out 75 drones here somehow. You know, he's staying... Oh, my God, dude. That was so close. He can't even go in because of the Queen. That was excellent. That was excellent. Byun just was not paying enough attention there. Okay, that's not a good patrol. What are we doing? Get that patrol out of here. Now, here comes the push. Was this the plan from Byun? Was to kind of hold on and try to get like a closer to max supply push? I'm not entirely sure. Baneling speed is not yet done, which is an issue for sure. Obviously, the Roach Ravager, you know, doesn't scale that well into the late game. Ravagers are still all right. Woo! He's got to be careful there. Target those Banes. Ah! Oh, man. That's from those vials. That's one less medevac out there harassing. That's pretty funny. I think the other one that was with it died on that weird patrol hotkey set. Or that patrol area. Alright, so chitinous plating is on the way now. +1 melee. Adrenal. Kind of turning into a crazy game. I thought for sure this was about to end. Well, not like 2 minutes ago, but like 5 minutes ago. Really looked like I could come to a head more quickly. But as is, Dark's starting to run around a little bit with these lings. So first Ultra's starting to be fielded here. He's gonna... is he gonna lift that? He's just gonna try to repair through? I don't know. That's a lot of lings. Oh god, in comes a pretty big push. Okay, we'll be able to hold on to this and get that planetary done, so that's good at least. Parasitic Bomb, really reducing the health on those medevacs. All right, nice push in here from Dark. Just eliminating a big side of this army, walking through those gold minerals. They're taking a lot of hits, but there's no support here for the siege tanks, so they're going to be cleaned pretty darn easily. Okay, as this transitions into Ultra, I think this just... Dark is maybe going to be able to run away with this, right? He just lost a lot of his mech units. We don't really have mines. We don't really have tanks. Okay, there is a Ghost Academy this game at least, so ghosts are starting to be made. I guess he has 3-4 tanks left over. Had a much healthier count before. He's he's actually getting a lot of damage with that one. It was kind of a weird situation. A lot of these medevacs getting low as well. Set up these siege lines. Kind of a wild game, huh? All right, Burrow finally completed. So important this late. Oh yeah, don't forget Ultra Burrow got fucking buffed. I forget what happened with it, but it got buffed. They like unburrow more quickly or something like that. It's so silly. So Byun right now, I think the key for him is to max and push forward some. He's making 2 command centers. Like I don't think he can do anything until max, I think is what I'm trying to say here, right? Like there's always this point where you have to transition into the super late game where you stop attacking Zerg because it's just not really working anymore. And Zerg is starting to bank a lot more. You can see that reflected in Dark's supply and in Dark's bank as well as it starts to go up. You look at that creep spread, it's over halfway across the map in a couple areas. You know, he's taking more bases here, top right, mid left. I mean, bottom right, mid left. So Byun is actually going into a comp. Look at this. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. 2 more factories, guys. 2 more factories. Second armory. He is heading towards like a half and half comp. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. We haven't seen anything like this in a very long time. But basically what he's doing is, and I wouldn't call this spooky mech exactly. This is a bio game where it's getting so late that he's like, well, I'm just going to make 1 million siege tanks or whatever. He's about to have +2 vehicle weapons. He's going to have 4 factories pumping siege tanks. Double armories going. 3/3 Marine Marauder Ghost with Medivacs. Like, that's insane. Like, he's getting ready for the long haul. I think you, like, if you realize this is going on, you have to make 2 Spires right now. Like, you have to put 2 Spires down. You have to start getting your flyer upgrades. You have to get ready for Broodlords. Because if he's going 4-fact Siege Tank, like, are you going to break that without Broods? Like, Vipers are good, but is that going to be enough? So a mass drop is getting ready. This is actually something we were wondering if we'd see when Norgrat and I were talking about the new patch, is where we going to see some of these mass drop type plays. Nice Parasitic Bomb gets in. Parasitic Bomb's doing a great job here. All right, some Biles helping out as well. Okay, here comes the drop. Single file into these Marines is not gonna cut it. So he's just gonna say, you know what, screw it, let's drop up here. Ultra's trying to take down this Planetary. I don't think they're going to be able to. Actually, he turns to take out the SCVs. Not a bad idea. If you take out the SCVs repairing, you might be able to get it. Nope, not quite, not quite. Loses a lot there. His drop's doing absolutely nothing as well. More Ultra Ling on the way. But Dark is at a pretty decent place still. He has a lot of bases, a lot of creep. Bjorn can't really counterattack. But now Bjorn, oh, look at this blue flame. He's making Hellbats. Don't forget, with the new patch, the vehicle weapons don't upgrade Hellbats as well against light. There was a problem where +3 blue flame Hellbats were one-shotting Lings. That is no longer the case. So that is actually a very, very important change. That was stupid before, and this is a very good change that doesn't occur anymore. So 3 factory Siege Tank, 1 factory reactored Hellbats. I don't mind. I kind of like it. You know, it is super Ling heavy. So to have those Hellbats out there is not bad at all. You're going to force more Banes, which the tanks are going to do well against. Good stuff. All right, Bjorn runs up with his bio to try to stop these Lings from ravaging everything. You can see his building placement. This is actually really purposeful that he's got buildings absolutely everywhere here because he doesn't want the Ultras to run in and just kill him. Ghosts eat a million Baneling hits. Still live through it. All right, Nidus on the way. Dark is really looking to try to finish Bjorn off here to get that critical damage. A couple more tech labs coming up. I actually did not see what those are on. I think those could be on starports. Maybe he added more racks. Oh, maybe he lost some add-ons during that battle. I actually wasn't really paying attention to that. Okay, another huge attack in here from Dark. Once again, just trying to get in here and deal some significant damage to Bjorn. It is hard, but the amount of Ling Bane Ultra he has is pretty absurd. Ghost going for the cloak. Okay, he kills off the Planetary. He killed a lot of siege tanks in there as well. Killed off some of the Liberators. Backs up. Bjorn's staying pretty darn cost efficient, as you can see. Right? 26k to 34k lost. That's a big, big difference there. It's pretty big snipes go down, but good transfusions. More Banes coming in. Yeah, the Lings, you know, he's spending them. He's making them. He's sending them all around the place. One thing to mention is the gas is getting very low for Dark. I actually wonder how many geysers he has left over here. Nidus in the main, just harassing here with those Lings. Dude, the cloak on the Ghost is such a... It's like, the amount of times I'm seeing that save huge amounts of Ghosts, it's like people are not even being careful with their Ghosts. It's kind of crazy. Maybe the cloak should be timed like it is on the on the mothership. Now, starting to burn down some of these facts. You can see a lot catching on fire. A lot of buildings flying now. is Dark doing enough here to actually end this game? Well, again, he's getting a little bit low on that gas. Byun going for a counterattack here. I think that this is enough for Dark to easily push this back. Yeah, forces the lift off in those medevacs. Damn, a pretty damn good series this has been. But it really is looking like Dark is on the edge of winning. Like, Byun's stuff is on fire. He has no pressure on the map. He has no units zoning anywhere. I think that... And the thing is, he actually became even 2,000 resources more efficient during that time period. But the actual income from Dark is very much... Like, it's just... It's too much. It's too much. You can see that what that production tab looks like on both sides. So... Right now, I think Dark makes that army one more time in attacks, and you just can't hold. You just can't hold. This should be probably... Well, it's Byun, so it won't be the final attack, but this will be the attack that truly breaks him, and we look at it and say, yeah, he's dead, even if he tries to micro his way out of it. I think that's what's going to happen here. Because, yeah, the zoning areas are not anywhere near as good. Look at this. Gets around these 3 siege tanks in a matter of seconds. The Ghosts unable to do much. Forces lifts on everything. Banelings rolling into the army. Now, look at this. He's going to run to the right. This is definitely the right move. He kills a lot there. Runs to the right. Prevents any bases from that area. He just needs to not run through that group of buildings that are kind of in the mid. All right, Byun trying to put some sort of counter pressure on. Can't really do it. Like, he goes in and he removes some creep, but that's it. Dark once again coming in. Look at this. The unit's out of position slightly. Starting to kill off some of these buildings that have been such a problem for him. And yeah. Okay, this is really, really, really going to be the end of it now. Kind of an insane game. I think that both these players just played magnificently here in this match tonight, but it looks like Dark should be going to the finals. Right, Byun falling below 100 supply. He's losing all of his defensive areas. He doesn't have siege tank lines. He doesn't have buildings in the way. He doesn't have as many ghosts as he had, right? His liberators are mostly gone. And yeah, I think he'll actually say GG at this point too. This is not like worthwhile to stay in here, I think, for anyone. Even Byun. GG. Damn, what a game. What a game that was. Holy crap.
What are you saying?
Oh.
About his sweater.
That's right, guys. What are you saying about my sweater now? My wife, I had to ask her what type of wool it was, right? Merino wool. That's an important thing. I want to know if it was cashmere or merino. Am I handsome in this sweater?
Yes.
There you have it.
The sweater makes you more handsome.
It sure does. So eat shit, guys, in the chat.
It's a very cozy sweater.
Oh, it's super cozy.
It's not as soft as his hands, but it is pretty soft.
Did that need to be added in there?
Listen, we have an understanding. You have very, very soft hands. So it puts the sweater on
It's
a
from
scale.
all the hard work I do with mouse and keyboard. It's like the opposite of farm work.
You sit there and massage your hands with various
Oh, my
oils
hands sweat all
creams.
day. My hands sweat all day.
Oh, so you admit you are the one with the sweaty hands?
No, that's you. That's you.
Nope.
But
Nope,
they
nope,
sweat while I
nope,
play
nope,
Protoss
nope,
players,
nope,
so that's not
nope.
my fault.
Oh my God, sweaty palms. That is you.
Guys, we're actually in the grand final, by the way. Just want to throw that out there real quick. Clem took out Cure 2-0. Clem versus Dark, sick. Another great TVZ on the way.
It's a very well-made sweater.
It's an $85 sweater. All these guys in the chat wearing their $35 sweaters. Get out of here, fucking guys in the chat.
That was your Christmas present 2 years ago.
I know. I know.
No, you didn't know until I told you, but
Yeah, I did.
no, it was 85 American. I was shopping on Amazon.com and having it remailed to
Barry
Korea.
cheered. X333, Detective Sub-Zero held up BIS.
Biss?
What is this?
I don't know. Here, I gotta go pee. Can you man this for a minute?
Oh, that's not very nice. It's already like past my bedtime, man. You never only pee for a minute, and now you're like pulling at cords and shit. What are you doing? Get it together. I thought we were going to talk about Bear Frog. Not about weird anime girls.
Barry cheered.
Oh, no.
X333, Detective Sub-Zero committed suicide after the last Dono. Rip in peace.
Oh, that's too bad. Let's talk about Artosis' soft hands. They're soft. They're super soft. And moist. We got some Shrek going on. Moistosis, exactly. Call him that. He just admitted, did you not all hear him admit that like his hands are just sweaty and apparently coated in their own oils? He doesn't use creams or oils or anything, no. It's just his sweaty ass palms. Gross. Get him a chalk bag. Wouldn't he just have like sticky chalk? He told me to make him green tea. He said very specifically green tea with honey in it. I was just following directions. Was he complaining about his fucking tea? Okay. I'm glad he felt better. He wants like that fake ass medicine where it's just like a high dose of vitamin C, airborne or something like that. I don't know why he falls for such obvious bullshit. I told him he could just like take a fistful of vitamin C instead. And he was like, no, the airborne makes me feel better.
Talking shit. Nice. Emergency is better.
Moist.
All right. We're going to be in the finals in a minute.
Someone was clicking around on your computer.
Who was?
I don't know, like...
Oh, yeah. That's my live feed of the tournament games I'm casting.
That's like what you're doing right now, or is that something that's...
Yeah, that's what. I'm just waiting for the finals to start, and then I got to kick you out.
Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't even have anything to poke you with. Hey, can we make you kitty first?
No, you cannot make me kitty tonight.
It's no
This
fair.
Listen.
You told
this
me
is
I
my
had to come down
handsomest
here and
night.
talk to them about your
I'm-
sweater and how they're being mean to you about your sweater.
You did that on your own
Barry
accord.
cheered.
Nah,
X333,
dude. I got the
Detective
text.
Sub-Zero and Mario, an unlikely duo, found common ground in their quests for justice. Their shared adventures, rescuing princesses and solving mysteries, led to a deep connection. One day, amidst Mushroom Kingdom's cheers, they wed, uniting ice and fire in love.
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a solid pitch.
Okay, so babe.
Can't you see that on like, you remember like the late night kids TV, like Aqua Teen Hunger Force and that? Like, could you not see that being a pitched show idea? I could.
Yeah.
Like early 2000s, late 90s. Cadult.
Adult. That's a good way to put it.
Yes, Robot Chicken Sketch. Exactly. These guys know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, everyone loved that
No,
shit.
you're holding up the wrong one, babe. I know you want to play your Barbie.
Barbie.
Barbie Adventure House.
Girls are gonna love it.
Barbie Dreamhouse Adventure is even better.
Okay, but are you going to play Mario Brothers with me?
Yeah, but
And how are we going to punish you
I
when you
don't
make
like
me
playing
die?
Barbie.
How are we going to punish you when you force me to die by throwing me down a fucking fiery pit? Because you do that all the time when we play Mario together.
Well, we can't have you getting too drunky drunk on stream,
No.
so I guess that's out. I don't know. We'll get some warheads or something.
Warheads. All right. We're starting the finals, babe. You should go to sleep.
I feel used.
You should. You should.
Did you seriously just bait me down here so you could have a pee break?
I didn't bait you down here.
You did!
If I did, I'm quite masterful.
You told me they were making fun of your fucking sweater, and I get down
they
here and
were
they're
making
just
fun
like,
of me.
Moist hands, Dan! Moist hands, Dan!
Bullshit.
It's true.
All right. We will see you. Here we go, guys. Into the finals. Here in the top left, we have Liquid Clem. In the bottom right, we have Dark. Best of 5. We'll see how this is going to go down.
Barry cheered. X333, Goku, thawing out of the ice, looked at Sub-Zero with a thoughtful expression.
Yeah?
I feel it too. We're not enemies, we're just warriors from different worlds.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you. All right. So, Clem versus Dark. Clem definitely plays a different style from Beyond, but not a super different style, right? They're both very mic-oriented, very pressure-oriented. I think the tempo of Clem is a little bit better. I appreciate Clem's play a little bit more than Beyond's, as much as I like Beyond. As much as you know, just such a figurehead of the scene Beyond has been for so long. I do feel like Clem might be just slightly better. But yeah, I think in this matchup it can be pretty close. Definitely Beyond showed some great plays against Dark in that last round, and that was like a hell of a series. That was an amazing. That could have been the finals. We would have been super happy with it. I think that Clem will play it a little bit different though, right? Like you can see here already he's opened up with what looks to be a Reaper expand as opposed to like a double barracks opener. So definitely very different from what Beyond was showing us in his series. There's that command center going down. He is sending an SCV across just to make sure that he knows what's up. It's a very quick 3-hatch play. So that's kind of interesting from Dark. Very, very quick. So,
Barry cheered.
What's up, Barry?
X333, and so, in this parallel universe, Sub-Zero and Goku, the ice-cold ninja and the Saiyan hero, proved that love could thaw even the coldest of hearts and ignite the fire of unity across the multiverse. God bless Lord Sonic.
wow. Taking a different turn. Thank you much, Barry. We'll probably just pause donos till the end and play any more that you send then, so that we can check out this finals. Thank you much, though. Okay, so, you know, he does just the standard Reaper harass. He actually gets a couple lings, so maybe a little bit sloppy there from Dark. Also, don't forget Dark got the very, very fast 3-hatchery, so he's willing to sacrifice something like a couple lings. He easily makes up for that in the additional larva. Now 3 queens being made at a time right now. That's kind of sick. He's going to be able to really start pushing that creep and everything as well. Over on the other side of the map, it's all pretty standard stuff, right? You know, he's going for that additional command and getting into Reactored Hellions as well as probably Banshee here. You know, one of the more common builds is, you know, Reaper expand into Reactored Hellion, 3rd command center into Banshee. That was what Innovation did in most of his games, like 70% of his TVZs for many, many years. And it's super solid. Like, you only die to, like, the most crazy all-ins, like a super fast, like, Nidus in the main type thing you could die to, but not a whole hell of a lot else. The Banshee really shores you up against a lot, and obviously the Hellions against any Lings. It also gives you some map presence, some scouting, some pressure, but not a whole lot, right? This many queens, this much creep. Hard to get in there and actually get any drones. Trying, though. Love it. Absolutely love it. Roach Warren is up. 8 roaches on the way. The roaches not going to find themselves having that good of a time, honestly, due to the Banshee. Clem just continuing to patrol back and forth here. Now, I mean, that's quite a production tab we're looking at from Clem, right? He's got a lot going on right now, really exploding everything at once. A few roaches going across, but of course, as mentioned previously, just Banshees existing. Oh, we'll
Chinese Ninja Warrior with
we'll play those at the end. Sorry, gonna pause those for now. And well, the roaches come in and they're gonna get a few SCVs, so I guess like not too bad considering. You know, he ends up killing 5 SCVs for like 5 roaches. I don't know that you're going to get a much better trade than that. And, you know, it brings down Clem's economy a little bit. Not the greatest trade, though, obviously. You're not going to want to have to remake those 5 roaches right away, so he better be able to deal with what he has. Ooh, nice snipe right there from Clem. Slowing down that 4th base location. At least he knows where he wants to take the 4th now. Yeah, the Cloak Banshee's coming in for a bit of harass. Ah, they hit the plate. Oops. Little misclick there. Hellions trying to zoop in as well, but the queens are here. Look at that, just pounding on those queens as they try to come up to deal with these Hellions. Clem deciding now is the time to jump in here and get some damage. Actually misses those ones in the back. Instead goes after the bigger group that got moved. Damn, dude. Nice damage. Solid. Solid for this point in the game. 12 kills right now. Just barely misses that one as it gets in the geyser. 14 kills. Trades 5 Hellions for that. Definitely worth. Definitely worth. Clem continuing to just kind of grow, kind of, I don't know, organically isn't the word, but that's what came to mind. But like he's growing very normally during this time, right? It's not like he did some super explosive econ build. Like I mentioned before, it is a quick 3rd command center. Everything, he has it down. You know, he's getting his SCVs out. He is building 3 at a time still right now. But yeah, just very consistent. Everything has been very consistent here from Clem. And look at that, picking off a few roaches and is going to boost out, obviously, when you're playing this Roach Ravager style. You're not going to have a whole lot to hit those medevacs. We've seen that Dark tonight is really favoring going for Vipers to deal with medevacs later on as he transitions into his own Ultras. And yes, for all those people asking, these games are live. And hope that you are enjoying. So, yeah, anyways, right now, Hive is over halfway done. 2-2 coming up for Clem. Nice little engage for a bit. Knows exactly when to pull away. Excellent pull away there. Some good biles as well. Trying to force that up as quickly as possible. Yeah, the Banshee's actually doing quite a job here. A little bit, he missed-targeted a lot there, honestly. Felt like those had, like, +1 armor or something. It looks so funny. Couple more medevacs being loaded up. Dark right now on those 5 bases. Now, against Bjorn, he was having a little bit of a hard time keeping 5 bases up. I don't know if that's going to be the case here. Is this 5th base actually in danger? I don't think so, right? Like, I mean, that's a lot of medevacs. That definitely has some potential. But not really going after a base. Looks like he wants to drop in the main, but plenty here. Not going to be able to do that on top of all those Zerglings. All right, big push coming in from Clem. He is maxed out right now. This is a big difference from what we saw from Bjorn. Bjorn was sitting 150, 160 for most of the games he was in. Whereas here, Clem, you know, he didn't put as much of the early pressure on in some ways. Like, obviously, his Hellion Harass was nice. But here, he's done that more maxed push that I was talking about before. Doesn't have the 2-2 lined up with this, but he has a really healthy amount of siege tanks. A huge amount of Marines here. And his 2-2 is finishing during the battle. So it was almost lined up perfectly with actually what I was saying that I thought Bjorn should do. Clem actually pulls it off. And that is exactly the type of push you're oftentimes looking for when you go into 2-2 and 2 factories off of an opener like this. Ooh, good blinding clouds come down. Really, really excellent. But there is some counterplay there for Clem. Picks off at least 1 Viper and a few more units. Boosting up into the main base. All the units are gone from there, so he's going to be able to get a decent unload, but he has to pick them up quickly anyways. Too many Lings come up too quickly. Nidus across the map suddenly. Does Clem notice? I don't believe he does. There's too much going on right now. We'll see how much he actually sends out of that Nidus, because he definitely needs to defend as well. Forced cancel here from Clem. All right, so does bust that pretty quickly. A few Lings in the back of his base. It's kind of cute. I always liked the idea of leaving like 1 unit in your base, like a siege tank in siege mode, or yeah, Banshee at this point to just deal with Niduses that come up. 2 will definitely do it, floating over those burrowed units. So we have Ultras out now. We have Vipers out now. Dark is kind of in his end game, right? He doesn't have all the upgrades he wants yet. He needs that chitinous. He needs Ultra speed. He needs Adrenal. I don't know if he got Adrenal, actually. I wasn't paying super close attention. If he didn't, he'll start it very shortly. 3-3 on the way as well. All important stuff. All right, now boosting back. Looks like he's going to set up drops again. We've seen him trying this all night, and it hasn't really done much yet. I like the idea behind it, but yeah, again, haven't really seen it do too much. Clem going to back up. All right, actually scans here to get rid of those. That's kind of interesting. Like, they do provide vision for future Niduses and whatnot. I think it's not bad to just clear them out and send your Banshees elsewhere. Looks like he's going to just build a turret over there for that. All right, empty Dropper Lords going across the top. Looks like there are some units there to be picked up. Oh, look at this. He uses the Nidus to load the Overlords. That's kind of cute. You know? Maybe Mapu pointing out that he thinks that might be a good target. Not sure if he's going to be able to get something that high value. It's kind of on the other side of the base, but we'll see what the drop can do. So an attack coming in. He's going to line this attack up with a drop into the main base. Some good diversions being put on here from Dark. So the drop goes off in the main. Clem does pick up those anyways. Knight is coming up while the drop covers for it. Kind of a cute move. Going after this armory. Oh, dude. +2 vehicle weapons being taken out is fantastic. That is a great snipe there. Gonna pull out. Definitely worth. Definitely worth. In the meantime, this attack does go in. This attack doesn't really do very much, it looks like. Another attack attempting to come in here. Baneling's rolling in. Double Liberator is cleaning up reasonably quickly. Doesn't really lose that much. So good defense there from Clem. So what is the next game plan? Game slows down for a moment, right? We just had Dark pull off a few different tactics right in a row, looking for a bit of damage in the main base, maybe a bit of damage on an expansion. Some of it worked, some of it didn't. You know, he still has plenty to play with, so it's okay to have something like that fail a little bit. Comes in, he's going to start grinding a little bit. It's definitely something he likes to do with those Vipers later on in the game. Ling Bane rolling in on top of this. Going to snipe the Planetary and back out. Now, obviously, that's pretty expensive. You can see Dark loses 20 supply instantly. But, you know, he kills the base off. And there's that siege tank I was talking about, right? Always a fan of leaving, like, one unit, like, in there to just make it so you don't even have to think about the Niduses, basically. Now, moving in, he has these 2 Banshees still alive somehow. We saw that from Beyond also. 2 Banshees alive here at 15 minutes into the game. It looks like a Ling drop to take out that tank that stopped his Nidus. That's so cute. It's adorable. All right, comes in with the Queens. Going to be able to kill off those Banshees finally, so those are gone. Mostly Ling Bane being remasked. There is a Spire that's getting some upgrades. So might be getting ready for those Broodlords later. That's something I was suggesting in the previous game that we casted here tonight, the game 3 against Beyond, when he went for 4 factory. I think it is an important thing to prepare. It doesn't mean you're going to use it, but you should have it prepared. Big lean bang ultra attack trying to come up, but Clem being very efficient there. As far as army goes, but as you can see, 25 SCVs falling. He's down to 50 workers. Not so good. Having a hard time keeping this base up. Another attack in by the Ling Bane. Oh my god. He's going to take out this Planetary as well. Dark just on top of it. Just on top of it. So Clem's economy right now is half of Dark's. In fact, it's a little bit less than that. That's tough. That's very, very tough. He's coming up here. He's trying to fight. I think we're about to see GG, honestly. Like, he's getting pretty heavily destroyed in this attack. Let's see if he can get something. 9 Ultras on the way. I can't imagine it. You're not going to lose that, are you? No, I don't think so. Yeah, looks like he'll be able to clean that all pretty easily. Some parasitic bombs would be excellent here. Ooh, that's a juicy one. That was going to kill a bunch of medevacs there. Has to drop these out. Loses one inside. The Ultra's going to catch everything that comes out of it as well. Yeah, this is really the end of the game here. Dark just dismantling Clem over the long term. Dark is so on top of his game. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
What? Barry cheered. X333, Sonic railed Mario pretty hardcore as. It was a rear elite triple pregnancy and nobody could stop it.
See if this one was as important as promised by many W's.
Ooh, Chinese Ninja Warrior with your heart so cold, Sub-Zero. Ooh, your life is a mystery. Warrior with a mask, Sub-Zero. Ooh, Chinese Ninja Warrior with your heart so cold, Sub-Zero. Oh, Ooh, your life is a mystery. Warrior with a mask. Oh.
You are not wearing an $86 sweater. Take a picture of yourself right now with a sign that says Donkey Dominator with your $86 sweater. Put a link to your fucking sweater into the Discord with that picture. Do it. Prove it to us. You're full of shit. You know I have the nicest sweater out of everyone here. We have 2,400 people here right now. This is the nicest fucking sweater. You guys, your shit-ass $50 sweaters. Get out of here. You're not wearing a $250 sweater. What are you fucking kidding? You can't even get a sweater that costs $250. That would just be a ripoff. You're dumb if you have one that costs that much. What the fuck? 85 is peak efficiency for quality versus not being ripped off. Get out of here. Here we go. Bottom left, Clem. Top left, Dark. We're on Oceanborn, so we can see metal tanks die and then float to the surface. Just float upwards immediately. Everyone knows anything about $85, above $85 and they're rinsing. Dude, 100%. You're being ripped off if it's more than 85 bucks. 85 is like exactly the range where you're like, okay, I'm getting super high quality, but I'm not paying over what it actually costs. Got to teach you guys about life. I'm so sad your parents didn't do this for you guys. We're talking USD, bro. CAD, that's like 20 bucks. Turns out the Canadian economy is not very good. Need a Paw Patrol to learn how to shop. Most excellent, most excellent. All right, Clem's going to open up with the 2 Barracks Reaper here. We'll see if he goes for 3 exactly or he has some other ideas. Normally it is 3 into that command center. Dark's scouting right now for proxy barracks play. Clem outsmarting him, not doing that this game. So again, a very fast 3 hatchery here for Dark. Is west, right? Okay, he's talking about the server here. They're trying to just keep like you keep it as even as you can with the servers. You know, Clem, of course, playing from Texas. Dark from South Korea. Now, Clem is going to come up here. And again, you know, we expect a little bit of damage with these Reapers. He does have a command center come up, sinking gas, so he's definitely going to be going into a factory from here as well. And he's actually going beyond 3 Reapers. Now, this particular game, I feel like... Wait. Oh, he canceled one. He canceled one. Okay, so we're just going to have 3 Reapers as previously expected, but it looks like he started one then canceled. Maybe trying to throw off the Overlord that's scouting, something like that. I was going to say, if he kept making them, I was wondering if there was some higher chance here. Like, can you make them non-stop and try to get the hatch or something? But it doesn't seem super likely. Woo! Just gets out of there. And look at that. Triple command. With that factory coming up. Really not that unlike the build that we just saw. It's just that he has 3 Reapers in the early game. But other than that, very, very much like it. So Reactor Tellion's going to be... Oh, never mind. Reactor Cyclones. I love it. Excuse me. I absolutely love it. I can't wait to see what this is going to look like from Clem. You know what? Here's the funny thing. If it's Lings, you want the Hellions. But if it's going to be Roaches, the Cyclones are going to be much, much better. And it is going to be Roaches. Like, Dark is a Roach guy. So it kind of makes sense. It's not that he won't go Ling. He goes Ling sometimes. But, you know, a lot of the time he ends up going Roach. So still trying to put a little bit of pressure on here. It's good to damage everything as much as possible so your Cyclones can actually just finish them off. Yeah, look at this. Gets the Overlord like instantly. Love it. Going after a Queen here. Yeah, that's the tough part. It's a funny thing about engaging up onto high ground, man. You lose that vision. You have to back up. It's like, yep, okay. Not getting what I was hoping for. Pretty consistent damage coming out of these two Cyclones. As you can see, forcing a lot of transfusions. This is one way to help control creep spread as well. They can't spread it really. They have to use some transfusion energy. Right? Don't forget, you still got to hit your injects. Tough stuff. Double Evo and eBay coming up at the same time. Medevacs on the way as that third command center comes down to land. All right, Hellions diving here. I don't know how much they're going to get. Very, very damaged to the point where the drones actually turn to fight. Kind of insane. They do actually end up still getting 6. But that was like a... I'm not sure that dive was quite as good as some of the others we've seen here tonight. I don't think so. 1-1 on both sides started. Dark's 1-1, of course, here on Roaches, along with their speed upgrade. And a lot of times when you see 1-1 with Roach speed at this time in the game, a lot of times that turns into a timing attack on the third base. So we might see that. But the thing is, I think if it doesn't work, I think when Dark does it, it's not always all in. But I think against Clem, it's all in. Because I think Clem has the skill to actually punish if it doesn't do what it needs to do. And basically, if you do the maxed Roach a timing attack on the third base, you know, basically you max out with 1-1 Roaches with speed. You might have some Ravagers in there, and then you just hit the third really hard. So what needs to happen is you kill all the tanks that are on the low ground, all the buildings, you force a lift off, kill some SCVs, and force them back into their natural. If you do that much, you're ahead and you're happy. If you don't do that much, if they hold it, if they continue to mine from it, suddenly the counter pressure from a really good Terran like Clem is going to be really hard to deal with. We'll see with these 5 Overlords if he keeps making. Look at this, 8 Ravagers. He should have another big round of Roaches too. Yeah, see Roaches? See the Roaches in production tab? It went from 2 to 6, 4 to 6, 6 to 8. He's doing it. Now, normally this is with a maxed army, but it does not necessarily have to be, right? I'm trying to line it up with being on 1-1. Clem might actually have 1-1 at the same time. I don't know what his siege tank count and location looks like right now and how many buildings he has down. The best ways to stop this are very well placed and spread siege tanks and well placed buildings as well. Things like bunkers can help. A lot of times you want to pull some SCVs to help block so that the biles can't hit your tanks. So look at the way he's placing his buildings right now. He's making it so that the lower ranged Roaches are going to have a hard time actually connecting with anything. Look at him walk behind everything. Look at this siege tank. Look at the factory where it's at. Very good stuff here from Clem. So he's trying his best to hold on to this. You see the bunker? Well, the bunker is going to fall, but it's going to buy some time as well. Down goes that siege tank. There's 2 at the natural. One is going to get biled down. The other one remains. Another tank popping out at the nat. Look at this. Pushing forward, picking off these Ravagers. Is he going to be able to hold on? I think so. This looks like a very clean hold from Clem, considering what build it is and who's doing it. Like, this is always a hard build to hold off for anybody. But he's doing a really good job. Adds in another siege tank. Buries it into position. Some nice micro back and forth. The biles are still good. See? Notice how hard Clem is fighting here to not lift. If you get pushed back to your natural, Zerg's probably going to win. But again, if Clem ends up holding here, Now look, Dark is backing up, but I think he's actually going to go again. He's got a lot of roaches coming down. If you don't actually turn around and go one more time, I'm a little bit surprised by that. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he decides, you know what, I need all this for defense. We're going to see in a second. That's for sure. Yeah, I guess he is going to instead just kind of remove some of these rocks. Try to play on the defense a bit. I guess that just means Dark feels like he's not able to do more than what he did. Now, this is only a portion of Clem's army, which is why he pushed up right there. That's kind of surprising Clem stood there that whole time. He was trading fine when they were still down the ramp, but as they got up, obviously that turned around very, very quickly. Now Dark, after killing a big chunk of that, is going to go and try to punch in again. This is more what I thought was going to happen here. So when you make that many roaches, you kind of do want to trade them. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's quite working. This one medevac of Clem, he's trying to do some counter harass. And that's something that eventually will work, but he needs more attention to it. He's like, right now it's more about him trying to hold on to where he's at. Okay, so 2-2 is finishing right now for Clem. He's making 2 siege tanks at a time. Hive is 3/4 the way done here for Dark. And he's like so heavily committed on Roach Ravager. He's adding in a few lings here. He's just getting anything he can to have high supply because he needs a critical mass of units, basically. He just needs as much as he can possibly have. He's trying to overwhelm Clem, but Clem has a beautiful SCV count. Look at this. The siege tank's doing a damn fine job. Look at them pelting from that high ground, but Dark is pushing in. He's just trying to brute force his way in here. It's kind of working. Look at this. His biles are hitting some of the medevacs. He's eliminated so many siege tanks this game. But you know what? Walking under that Liberator, not going to be a very high-quality move there for Dark. And you can see that supply, like how difficult this can be for Dark, right? As Clem retains like a very high supply, you're just so supply inefficient with an army like this that Dark has. So basically, Clem has held everything, okay? He never lifted his third base. He lost a fair amount of units. Like, Dark did a pretty good job considering, but Clem held. And so, like I was saying before, I feel like a player like Clem is favored right now. Now, Dark is trying to do a counterattack, but Clem's harassment is going to be very hard to stop, right? You're not going to be remaxing on Roach Ravager this whole time. He's actually right now trying to get into Lurkers, which I think is probably a good idea considering who he's up against right now. And that's because you can see, like, Clem's micro, his multitasking, you know, just everything about the way he's playing this. During this, he just got rid of that hatchery, right? We weren't watching that, but that occurred. And he's going to continue making moves like that. He's on 4 base against 4 base. You know, it's really interesting to see Dark do the build he did here. You know, the 1/1 roach timing on the 3rd. Because, again, that build is... How long has that build been around? Like 5-6 years. Something like 5 or 6 years at least in this form. In this form that Dark is showing, right? Where it's got, like, a lot of Ravagers in it. So... like, by my judgment, like, as someone who has casted and watched Unlimited Starcraft too, I feel like Clem is probably the best person to play against something like this. I think he's clutch on holding that micro, and he's so good at continually applying pressure when he gets ahead. Look at this army of his. Are you going to beat that army now? I don't think so. I refuse to believe that you're going to beat that army. Now, to be fair, he's making Lurkers. He's getting Vipers, so he's got a lot of tools here. But if you look at what Clem's got, like, this is a hell of a lot of damage output. Yoinks in a medevac. I don't think that was purposeful, obviously. Hey, 2 more tank kills. Very solid. Viper's going to go back and recharge. Don't worry, the hatchery won't die because they got buffed for that. Super sick. Now, Clem continuing to spread his tanks and push forward. This is very time sensitive. He has got to break through things. But Dark's defense here is overwhelming. The Lurkers blocked the Marines coming in from the different angle. The tanks have been heavily picked off because the Marines and Marauders went on the different angle. Trying to attack in once again. Just enough tanking for these Lurkers here. Another setup of those siege tanks, but here come those Yoinks. Here come those Yoinks. 2 more tanks just taken away. Ooh, good biles there as well, getting rid of that Liberator. Very important Liberator. Wow, what a game we have right now. Clem is actually out-expanding Dark at the moment, right? Dark's sitting there on 4 base, just barely holding. He's trying to sneak one. He's trying to sneak one. If Clem figures it out, he'll just kill it instantly. But Clem is actually taking additional bases, right? He's taking his 5th right now. Continue to punch in on these sides. You know, don't forget the Lurker moves a little bit slower now for its burrow and unburrow, right? You know, Clem, ooh, a little counterattack, actually. Throws his Lurkers down here. Not sure if this is going to do enough for the cost of those Lurkers, unfortunately. That was some very good micro. Pulls back the one that was being sniped. Pulls the ghost into the one that was still burrowed. Clem, not super high on supply. Look at this drone count right now against SCV count. Both sides on 66. 66, just for the record, that's like 3 bases of mining that you have going on. It's 22 per base, so you can kind of think of it like that. They both are basically on 3 base economy. You never know exactly in the mineral patches, but GG is called. Clem will end up taking that. I think that that was a perfect game for learning about that strategy, what beats it, who beats it, that type of thing. Clem is the perfect player to play against that. And that's why I was a bit surprised that Dark was going for that. You could see the pressure that he applied afterwards, where he's like, okay, we get this hatch over here. We continually push. If anyone is a little bit slower, right, there's only a few Terrans that can do a push like that. Maybe Bjorn, you know, Maru, obviously. But even most pro gamer Terrans, that tank push we were seeing against the Viper Lurker, I think that Dark would have been more efficient against other players, whittled things down more, maybe gotten that 5th up, right? But against Clem, he's like literally the perfect person to play against that. Really fantastically done by Clem. Excellent win. Any chance to know what brand my hoodie? This is a sweater, my friend. This is a merino wool sweater from Ireland, where they have the best wool. I only wear the finest garb. The sweater makes me look fat? No, dude, my fat makes me look fat. The sweater is unbelievably handsome. Actually, it does make me look a little bit more than I am for sure, but that's okay. What's up, Derp? You think Oliveira's macro style plays well against Stark? Dude, Oliveira is so up and down. I don't have strong opinions on his play right now. He's so up and down. It's like, obviously he can put out games that beat the best players, but it's not consistent enough for my liking to comment heavily on his style being good against anyone in particular. Yeah, it was one of the best ever, him winning. But I don't feel confident enough in his play to be like, yeah, I think he matches up well against Stark. I don't think he does. Time is much better than Oliveira. What is Oliveira anyways? Just some washed up fucking former champion? All right. Here we go. We're on site Delta. Clem in the bottom right. Dark in the top left. So, yeah, I guess we just kind of wait a minute and see what Clem wants to do for his opener. Does he throw the barracks down? Is he going command center first? We don't really know. Why is every single map a two-player map? Well, they only allow two-player maps in Starcraft 2. Only GSL ever puts out four-player maps. People don't like the randomness of not being able to scout their opponent exactly when they want to. Too many perceived imbalances that occur. Yeah, part of it has to do with the large amount of workers. Aren't two-player bases inherently worse for Zerg because of less bases? No. No, the expansion amount is controlled, right? So, like, I mean, if you get an absolutely gigantic map, maybe there's some worlds in which, like, Zerg and Protoss start to get ahead because of that. Definitely the four-player maps Terrans have struggled on in GSL, but they aren't played that much. And the game has really evolved, and the patches have evolved, considering two-player maps, not four-player maps. Wait. I watch Artie all the time, but this is the first time I've ever just straight up thought that was very rude and unprofessional. What did I say that was very rude and unprofessional? I need to know. I need to know so I can say it again and double down upon it. What is it? Let me know. Oh, because I shit-talked the MMA fighter? Or the guy that Makachev destroyed? Okay, sick. No, I'm sure he's very good. I only just started watching MMA. This sweater is an $85 sweater. You leave me be. So. What do we have for builds here? Let's take a look. Fast Third Command. Reactor Hellion. Probably Banshee. We'll see that in a moment. Okay. Nothing wild here for Clem. Dark with 3 base. Reasonably quick. Yeah, nothing really to comment on too heavily. See if he wants to throw down a Roach Horn or not. You got speed this game, so a little bit less likely, I'd say. You guys are being incredibly mean about my sweater. It's a very handsome sweater. You must stop now. Did your wives tell you that you looked handsome in your sweater? Probably not, right? Get out of here. All right. A little bit of pressure coming out from Clem here. We have Cloak Banshees coming up. You know, all things that we kind of expect. The big difference this game is it's not going to be a Roach-based game. Very unlikely that we'll see any sort of Roach tech this game. It looks like it's probably going to be Ling Bane. We'll know for sure when the macro hatchery goes down in the main base. You know, if you're gonna actually play Ling Bane, you do need to get a macro hatchery relatively early in your main to have enough larvae to actually fuel it. Double Evo being made. There is the possibility here that he gets range attack and goes Ling Bane Hydra. Dark doesn't do that very often, so I'm not thinking that'll be it. Oh, melee. Yeah. Okay, so it will be, well, I mean, it still could be Lingbane Hydra, but I don't think it will be. Like, you can do that with melee attack and not ranged. Wow, a lot of pressure on this hatch. Nice grenade. Very nice grenade. Dude, he's gonna get it. That was very well done. And, you know, he has the double... okay, there it is. There's the carapace, because he had the double Evo that whole time. It felt like it might have been that sometimes people accidentally put both upgrades on one Evo when they're clicking quickly. And there is the Hydralisk Den. Yeah, so he did make the macro hatch regardless, which you do need when you're going heavy Lingbane regardless. But yeah, going into Lingbane Hydra... That's going to be kind of fun. It's not something I see very often from him. Now, mines are being made. Second factory and an armory. We'll see if he gets +1 vehicle weapons or plating. Excuse me. The plating points towards consistent mine production. The +1 vehicle weapons points towards a switch into siege tanks. Now, against Lingbane Hydra, you actually want siege tank normally. You can play Marine Marauder Mine, but you can't play Marine Mine. Marine Mine just doesn't quite cut it. I think even with the nerfs to the Banelings, it probably wouldn't cut it. That would be a wild thing. Okay, so he's getting Drilling Claws, so it's going to be mines, but he's going to need to add in Marauders. Now, that's theory that he needs to add in Marauders. I've never seen just Marine Mine Medevac work against Lingbane Hydra. That's not to say that it cannot. Honestly, for a long time, when Lingbane Hydra first started getting played, only Maru could play non-tank style against it. Everyone else needed to go tanks against it. But Maru did show. I remember this specific game against Sue where he showed that you could actually go Marauders with your Marines and Mines and actually take it out. It was a really, really fantastic game out of Maru. And nowadays we'll see people do that more often, but as you can see right there, like you just saw a big part of the reason why you can't do that, right? Like the Hydras are dealing damage, the Lings are running up, you have nothing to tank, you can only split. And with the Banes mixed in there, it's like they're just going to get very good connections on you. So we'll see. We'll see if he just stays on this. Like I'm going to be flabbergasted if Clem just continually builds Marine Mine. Maybe those 3 barracks he's making are going to switch into Marauders or something. I guess we'll see. All right, mine's coming out. Putting some pressure on. But, I mean, you'll see that problem again, too. If he actually fully engages, you'll see how hard it is to make the just pure Marine composition work. Not bad. Not bad there. Hive on the way. 2-2. You know. We're going up for both sides and everything. Yeah, see that? You see how hard this is? See, so if you have Marauders in there... Look, he is making Tech Labs, so he's going to make Marauders. But if you have Marauders in there, basically what you do is you leave the Marauders in the front while you micro back the Marines. And the Marauders make it harder for Lingbane to get around, as well as slow units that are coming through, right? So it kind of makes everything get choked up. But as you can see, like, all of his Marine-based engagements have gone to shit. He's getting those Tech Labs, so I think we're going to see 3 Marauders at a time. But we'll see. We'll see 1 Marauder right now. Some Liberators coming in. I think that's going to be more for harassment than anything else. You can see, once again, the Marines having a terrible time. And there you go. 3 Marauders at a time right now. So I guess Clem's getting sick of all the battles not really going too well. I mean, he's still macroing well. He's still got good bases. And look, he's keeping action on Dark side of the map, but that's pretty normal against Lingbane Hydra anyways. Lingbane Hydra doesn't leave creep much. It's a very defensive composition overall. You want to get into Hive with it. And I've seen people go Ultra, and I've seen people go lurker with it. Honestly, I'm a big fan of ultras right now, but I feel like either way can absolutely be played. I've been a big fan of ultras, honestly, for like 8 years or something. I think it's an underrated unit, and it just keeps getting buffs, so. So Adrenal on the way. Another little attack over here from Clem. Starting to mix in those ghosts as well. Interesting. Ghosts not quite as good at tanking as the Marauders are, but obviously they have those other skills that are going to be very useful. Always good to start building up that ghost count. Ooh, good mine. Really good mine. All right, good burrow on burrow there. Burrow coming up here for Dark as well. Going to set up some Baneling landmines, no doubt. Oh. Yeah, decides not even to try to micro here against this. Ooh. Nice pullback. I think you're supposed to turn around as Dark now. Yeah. Never want to chase quite that far. Pretty decent mine hits. Ooh! Dude, the mines. Does Reddit know about this? Guys, do you see? These mines just keep getting kills. Does Reddit know about this? All right, the load up of drop overlords. I love that Dark is doing this every single game. It's not really working, right? Like, we haven't seen great results from these Zergling drops. He's been doing them all day. We've watched a lot of Dark games today, but I love to see it. You know, with the new drop overlords, it seems like a good idea overall. I love that he's trying to utilize it, trying to make it work. Good opportunity for him to learn in a tournament environment about it as well. Hey, kills a Rax. Okay, I mean, that's something. In the meantime, you know, as Clem is busy up there, Dark attacking in now with the Lingbane Hydra, dealing a hell of a lot of damage with it as well. Now, Clem actually has a ton of supply. He is certainly not dead. He's still even fine on SCVs, is the funny thing. Even after 25 die, it's like, yeah, he's still got 60. It's all right. All right, doing some yoinks, trying to punch through here. Clem has a big chunk of army on the left side of the map, and I don't think you're going to be able to kill his main or anything. Tanking quite a bit there with the Marauders. Baneling's getting some decent connections still. The Hydra's dealing a lot of damage out here. Clem may be able to pick off a hatch here. See, Clem's supply continues to drop. He's lost another 11 workers during that time. More Banes coming up. That is a hell of a lot of Banes. Look at this. This is Dark trying to finish right now. Saying, screw it. We're all through there with so many Banes, you won't have production facilities left. It's a good idea. I like it. Here we go. He's going to punch up. Oh, God, we got to see it. Please. Please. Oh. Well, that was anticlimactic. I was looking forward to him right-clicking the back of the main and seeing what happened. So what are we looking at now? Clem has a lot of upgrades just about to finish, which is nice, right? He's got 2 mining bases. He's got his main base. It's still there. So that's something, I guess. But look at Dark. He has got a hell of a lot of bases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 base. Obviously not all of them with drones or with minerals right now. But he's got a little bit of a bank. His army is still a reasonable size. It's a good fighting size still. I could see Clem getting up here and maybe killing a hatch, but I don't see him doing much more than that. Ooh. Not as good as I feel like it could have been. Getting ready for another drop there, maybe into the main base. So this hatch, it looks like Dark's going to give that up. I think actually giving that up is a pretty decent play. Oh, this is funny. He's going to get in there at the very last thing. And that thing was at like 2 health, man. That felt like it was a give up for sure. But he does come up and pushes it back. And this is a perfect time because he's trying to drop the main base here of Clem. Dropping massive amounts of Lings in the back right of it. Kind of away from those Marines that were in there, maybe even waiting for this draw. Clem bringing all of his forces towards the front, so the Lings are actually dealing huge amounts of damage. Look at this, targeting down some of these reactors, some of these supply dropped depots to try to get that supply block going as well. Really, really heavily annoying stuff. Dark off creep here, gonna go ahead and retreat a little bit towards this hatch. Not feeling very good for Clem, but he's still trying. He's expanded to the top right during all of this. He's re-expanded to his natural. Not that there's a lot there. Units lost is very, very similar. Over 500 Lings lost this game. My God. All right, the Banshee finally goes down. We're at 17 minutes into the game. It's funny how long they've kept these Banshees alive, honestly. See the Marauders now doing a little bit of a better job than what we saw previously here, right? In these engagements. Tanking a little bit, slowing a little bit. Finally does get this hatch. I thought previously that Dark was going to just give that up. He fought pretty damn hard for it. And now we're actually at kind of a similar supply. But yeah, you know, fighting over that hatch, it's okay that he lost it for sure. Because he's expanded the bottom left during this. And all the action right now is in that top rightish area. So like those extra bases, if Dark can just suck minerals out of there, that's really bad for Clem. Now Clem is rotating down here. That drone actually scouts it out. Dark was already kind of moving into the right direction anyways. His creep really allowing him to be all over the map at once. Just instantly answering wherever Clem shows up. Ooh, that mine. Interesting Liberator position. Gonna lose that pretty quick. Kills about one Hydra. So many Overseers here. His mine's not doing quite as well. Ooh, what a nice fungal. EMP goes off. Does he have enough? Yeah, he has enough for another fungal here as well. And starting to kill off some of these medevacs even. Some really excellent EMPs going down, but still enough mana for these parasitic bombs. Oh, I don't know if this base is going to make it. If he right-clicks it, it's gone. Even if he doesn't, it's gone. Down goes that planetary in the top right. One of the only saving graces for Clem's position here, I think. It's going to catch a lot more SCVs as well. Clem's economy being destroyed here once again. He's, once again, you know, he's trying to expand in that pocket expansion in front of his main base. Applying some pressure on this bottom left, but look at that fungal Hydra. So difficult for Clem to keep his cost efficiency where he needs it to be mining this little. Yeah, Liberator will get taken out. Can't quite reach that medevac. Might send a Viper down there later to deal with it. Clem's efficiency just barely over Dark's, but of course we've seen him mining more this game. Clem, though, kind of doing his best. Not a bad move right there. Getting those mines out, seeing what he can get done. All right, now can Clem kill this hatch? It looks like Dark is going to give it up. So this game is really kind of blowing my mind because it felt at one point like Dark was very close to finishing Clem. We're at similar supplies. We have a really massive army from Clem. Look at that, 127 army supply. That's a maxed army. Even if we're at 180, that's a maxed army, you know? So that is like a really high quality fighting force from Clem. Now, Dark's creep spread, you know, like for instance, this base is just gone as soon as you attack. He just has to cancel. But those other two, it's not like they have a lot of creep spread or anything. Oh my God. Ah! Oh my God. There's so many traps waiting here. Dark just waiting for the perfect opportunity, man. I tell you what. I feel like This is something that, you know, Gumiho's in the top 4 of GSL right now as well, right? So I hope he's watching this tonight and he knows if he hits Dark in the finals to just randomly scan anywhere he's walking. These burrow traps that Dark is just consistently setting up. I love to see it though. You know, the maps are so big. He's doing a great job hitting Baneling landmines all over the place. These infestors set up like these could be game changers. You don't know. Oh, well, that's a good one. He does definitely run into several mines there. But a very, very decent fungal. Some might say an amazing fungal. Lurker upgrades actually coming up now. Oh, just inside that scan. Another cancel on this base, or a kill this time. More burrow movement infestors. He's ready for so many different things that could occur. He's setting himself up to have these battles that will completely surprise you. Oh my god. And then double fungal too to give him the extra second. That was awesome. That was awesome. Dude, Dark is actually playing out of his mind. All day today, he has been playing these magnificent games. Some more great fungals come out. Bane Hydra does have to turn around. Clem's composition looking really good at this point. Setting up to protect that top right with some Liberators. You know, Dark's trying to harass during all this. Oh, guns down every Bane before it gets in there. Trying to hit EMPs, but still gonna get some parasitic bombs off here. Dude, lots of damage onto these medevacs as well. So, you know, jumping around, we see what those minerals are kind of looking like right now for Dark. Those bottom 2 left bases really important. You know, he's trying to retake that 12 o'clock base as well. Of course, that's going to be one that's highly contended. Maybe not as valuable as those other ones, but, you know, one that he definitely wants to take. Lurkers being added into this composition now. Look at this, getting up into that main base finally here. Yoinking forward. Doesn't really have anything to finish it off, though, but does pull it out of its siege mode. The production of Clem being absolutely destroyed. Now, Clem is trying to do a counterattack here. Kind of hitting one of these mid bases that doesn't have as much left in anymore. Now, if he can't hold on to his production, I mean, this is one of the biggest win conditions ever when playing against Terran in StarCraft 1 or 2. You get on top of that Terran production, it's not a lot they can do. I mean, it's fun that, you know, when they made StarCraft 25 years ago, they thought, what if the buildings can fly? But realistically, how often do those fly somewhere else, land, and then produce, and you get back in a normal game? It's just not really a thing. So Clem right now, his production is being shot in the foot. It's very tough, right? Like, he's building a bunch in the top right. That's his furthest base from everything, so it makes a lot of sense, but he's going to have to add a bunch of depots, especially as he's losing the rest of the ones that were in his main base. Luckily for him, he has a lot of command centers, which are providing a lot of his supply right now. I feel like I'm watching myself play BGH like 25 years ago, using command centers for most of his supply, but that is what's going on. Runs up now, and going to just blow up this planetary. So again, that's more supply going down. That's another area of defense, another buffering area that's gone. Dark going for the finish. I don't think that Clem has too much of a chance at this point. Now, that being said, Dark doesn't have a big bank, and Dark's bottom left base is like that one that's at, like, I don't know what time that is, like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, something like that. It's getting pretty low, but gets in here, Blinding Cloud going down, blows up this base in a matter of seconds. The barracks still flying up here. If only they had guns, Terran would be the best race for sure then. Right now, Clem backing up trying to utilize this planetary to help him defend. Well, you know, I guess one lucky thing is he can start producing units again, but GG is called. Dark is going to take it and bring the score to 2-1. Unbelievable game from both sides. Unbelievable game. Damn, dude. We are seeing some good TVZ tonight. Some really good TVZ. Thank you, everyone, for coming by. I hope that you are enjoying the cast. This is still going on. It's a best of 5, not a best of 3, so it's not done yet. Please make sure you follow my channel. I cast this every single week. And it's a fucking blast, man. It is a blast. So, yeah, definitely hit that follow button. And if you want, we upload all the StarCraft 2 casts onto YouTube. You can use the command StarCraft 2 to get a link there. It's called Artosis Cast 2. You see it kind of advertised on the screen when we're in game. But you can definitely check that out. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Appreciate getting a nice big crowd for these excellent games. Well-deserved. Dark and Clem playing out of their minds. Dude, Dark's going to win GSL for sure. For sure, man. This play is just unreal. Like, all night. The series against Bjorn. Bjorn played fucking amazing, too. Yeah, finals is best of 5. No, Solar's not going to take down Dark. Come on. Come on. Here we go. You hear the countdown. It's starting. Game number 4. And in the bottom right of Hard Lead, Clem. In the top left, Dark. Is it time for Clem to pull out some cheese? Does he just try to play a normal game here? You got to remember, it's really late in France. I think this guy is a nighttime character anyways, but still. It's pretty ridiculous how late it is there. What time is it in France right now? Is it like 6:30? Am I right on that? Is it 6:30 a.m. in France? 4:30 a.m. Oh, damn, dude. I live much closer to Europe than I'm used to living. Well, that's pretty late. 4:30, that's the devil's hour. Right? That's not an hour you want to be awake, man. No good things happen at 4:30. Right? You want to get up at 5? Okay, you're a legend. You're grinding. You're getting shit done. 4:30? Dude, if you haven't gone to sleep, it's 4:30. Imagine this. Clem's older brother is going to have his alarm go off in 25 minutes so he can get up and go for a jog to be an amazing human. He's going to see his younger brother at his computer, red eyes, microing against mass banelings going towards the back of his base. His brother, by the way, probably a GM Protoss that spends 1 hour a week playing. You know it's true. All right, so we're having, a Reaper expand, pretty normal stuff. Dark up here, everything looks normal for him so far. Overlord coming down to peak, seeing what's what. Yeah, sees the hatchery. He's just looking for the timing of it to make sure there weren't already lings on the map. You have this boiled down to a science when you get to this type of level. I'm starting off with this harassment a little bit. It's the single Reaper, so it doesn't matter all that much. Queen pops out, and we'll push it away. So triple command gets started. Yeah, we've seen this build a lot. Obviously, this is one of the oldest, best builds that still is a fantastic build. Going that reactored Hellions into the third command center. You know, from here, you generally always go into the Banshee play. We've seen a lot from Clem, and I think he does a good job with it. I love the consistency of his macro. The timing where he lands his third is very, very good. You know, he applies that pressure. The one thing that we have seen from him tonight is dives with the Hellions, right? He's been diving with 6 Hellions. Like, he'll run around with 6 for a bit, and eventually he'd be like, it's time to dive. And he dives, and one game he got decent damage. The other game, it was a bit lackluster. So, yeah, I'm kind of waiting to see if that's going to be a repeat here. Full scout there from Dark, as well as 3 SCV kills. So that was a really excellent usage of his Zerglings. You got to be happy with that. You can see Dark, like every little thing is kind of working out for him. He's really dialed in right now. You know, I've been casting the ESL Open Cup, I think pretty much all year. Right? When did I start? January, I think, was my first one, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I've been casting all year, so I get to see Dark play every single week. Right? And he actually, in the Cups, hasn't been that great. And then at Katowice, honestly, he wasn't the normal Dark level. You know, you can look at Gamers 8 and stuff. And again, it wasn't World Champion Dark that we're kind of used to. Here tonight, and obviously, if you guys don't know, he's in the top 4 of GSL right now. I mean, this looks like Championship Dark. And he's playing good enough players that we can judge that. I know that this is just an online cup, but this is a great place to practice. This is a great place to kind of fine-tune your stuff, and he's trying to win the money. He wants it. He wants that $100. But yeah, the way he played against Beyond, the way he's played against Clem here, I'm totally in love with his Zerg right now. He looks like the best Zerg in the world right now. So here come Hellions. Looks like we have 5 and a Reaper there. Let's see if he does this dive I've been talking about. Yeah, it is. I see people mentioning Dark wants to beat Rogue's record. He certainly does. I remember something that really stuck out to me. Many years ago when Blizzard was still involved with Starcraft. You know, there was this great interview series, Signature series it was called, right? And they did one on Dark, and it really touched me where he was like, his dream, Dark's dream was to be associated with Starcraft. You know, to be the most famous player. To basically, what he said was to like, basically be like Boxer, right? Where, like, you think of StarCraft, you think of Boxer. At least in Korea, that was the case for a very long time. And, you know, he's got a lot of championships, but he's, you know, Maru and Rogue have outstriped him. So he's a little bit left in the dust there, right? It's very hard to catch those two. And, you know, with Serral and Raynor mixed in there, it's tough to win championships. But, like, I mean, if he keeps this type of level up, things are looking good. Dark taking his 4th base. He is playing that Ling Bane style. You know, we've already seen this several times from him tonight. He has the macro hatch going up his main base, which is incredibly important. Of course, we talked about that in the previous game as well. Clem over here going into the second factory as well as that armory for the continued upgrades. We don't know yet if he wants to stay on Widow Mines. I think he does, and I think this time it's going to be a bit better than last time. To me, I'm not sure if this will be Hydra yet. I think it will be. Yeah, the more I look at this, the more I think it's going to be Hydra. I don't think you want to play just Lingbane. Oh, that's a quick infestation pit. That's a very quick infestation pit. So this actually is going to be just Lingbane, I think. Okay, so Lingbane versus Lingbane Hydra. Lingbane Hydra stays on that mid-level tech a little bit more, and it's very, very defensive. Lingbane like this... Well, hold on. We have this little attack in from Clem. Yeah, it gets surrounded. Lingbane, you're trying to just stay on this tech and get great melee upgrades and get into ultras, right? And, like, if you get up there and you haven't taken too much, it's pretty sick. Now, that's a lot of... that's a lot of Hellbats there. Baneling's speed is not done yet. Baneling's speed kind of a prerequisite for killing that many Hellbats. I think it will be done before he actually hits, though, so that should be all right. But yeah, we should be seeing the Hive actually start really, really soon here. And I'll be surprised if we see it. Yeah. I was going to say, I'll be very surprised if we see a Hydralisk Den. Really doesn't look like that this game. Okay, so in comes those Hellbats. They're doing a really fantastic job. Really good job just buffering the Zerglings. The thing is, this army is kind of small. Half his army's on the left side, right? So, like, he's just micro on 2 different fronts, which is amazing to see in and of itself. But I love what he's done here, right? Those Hellbats actually absorbed a hell of a lot of Zerglings. And he's got all the queens over here, which is allowing him to do a little bit more with these drops. Look at this. He drops it right outside of Spore range. This is being annoying. All right, gonna boost out, probably re-drop it and see if he can poke the other base. During this, trying to expand, although there are Broodlings there. Continuing to put that pressure on. You know, the Hellbats still standing out front. Very tough. Very strong, very annoying to deal with. A great spread from Clem as well. The spread of the Hellbats is very, very good. The spread of the mines is very, very good. He's making it as cost inefficient as possible here for Dark to attack into. Now look at this. The second group comes in. In the blink of an eye, he gets 8 drones. In the blink of an eye. The multitasking we're watching shouldn't be something that can be done at 4:30 a.m. Like, it's pretty wild. He's playing against someone who might be the best Zerg in the world right now, right? And he is literally pulling off fantastic micro on both sides. They say that you can't actually pay attention to 2 things at once, but they didn't meet Clem for that study. All right, Ultralisk Cavern is coming up. 2-2 is just now finishing for Dark. Clem's is just slightly behind, but he'll have that in a second. Hopefully not too much happens in that time. Dark with some very great counter-attacking here. Oh, God. The Banes! Oh, the Banes! That's so funny. Just sends them forward for a burrow. Definitely a little bit of sloppiness right there. Little bit of sloppiness. Another attack in from Clem on this side. He's just really been abusing this position. Don't forget, all the queens were on that right side. Oh, that red medevac is not long for this world. Clem is pulling back. Okay, so this can be a problem when you've kept this much aggression onto your opponent, okay? So now Clem is pulled back, and, you know, Dark, he tried to go up and get something done. I actually don't think that was a very good move for him to attack there. That was really, really cost inefficient, larva inefficient for him as well. But what I was going to say is when Clem pulls back like that, it's because he doesn't have anything really ready to go. So he falls into a defensive position, kind of stabilizes, and then he'll go back out. But not only did he fall back into that position to stabilize, but yeah, Dark threw away army. And you can see how quickly that turned around. I think if, like, the game didn't have to end right exactly there. Dark's attack into Clem, the second Clem wasn't attacking him, Dark attacked Clem, which doesn't make sense. Like, if Clem didn't keep up macro the whole game, okay, yeah, that could make sense. But if he's pulled back, it's like it's better to counterattack while you're under attack because then you know that there are less units there. When Clem completely pulls back, aside from 1 medevac of units, like 10 supply that's been out there the entire game, you know where his units are. They're at home, so why are we attacking with those Lings and Banes? So I think Dark made a little bit of a misplay there. I think if he had sat back and kind of kept up what he was doing, he was getting into his ultras, maybe maybe he's able to come back in that game. But really excellent play from Clem. His multi-pronged harassment, unbelievable. Unbelievable. So well done. And that brings us to game 5. We are getting a fucking game 5 between these two. Beautiful night. Is that a dryer lint sweater? You guys are unreal. You guys are unreal. Whew. His sweater's a onesie. Oh my god. Drylint is called poor man's velvet. Guys, this is a handsome sweater. This is basically the nicest sweater that you can get without being ripped off. Okay? This beautiful Irish merino wool sweater. A bargain at $84.99. You wish you had a sweater like this. You know how warm this kept me today? It fucking snowed from 1 p.m. till now. Warm all day. Warm all day long. Not hot, though. How does that even fucking work? Look at you guys. With your fucking caveman fires in your house to keep you warm. Meanwhile, I just take things from animals to keep myself warm. Yes, I did mow the lawn before the snow. Here we go. Game 5, Dark versus Clem. Let's do it. So we have Clem in the top right of Alcyon and Dark in the bottom left. So no Radhuset Station. I'm kind of happy about that, honestly. Fucking Radhuset Station, man. So. I don't really know what we're going to see. It seems like Clem is pretty happy with just the kind of generic build he's been doing a lot. And, you know, I think his skills have pretty much backed it up, although we have seen some mistakes from Dark. If you look at Dark's 2 losses, you know, he tried to go for the Pureling Bane, which can be a little bit dangerous, but then overcommitted into an attack. And had a hard time, of course, as well with Clem's double-prong harassment that game. His other loss was the 1-1 maxed Roach Ravager push, which I called, like, very early is not a great strat against Clem, so hopefully we don't see that from him again. I don't think you can play that way. I think you can play a Roach Ravager game against Clem, but not specifically the timing attack on the 3rd. I think it's such a great skill tester build, but yeah, you don't want to use it here against one of the very best Terran Berserk players in the world. So, yeah, it looks like it's probably a Reaper expand again. Clem's really enjoyed those, sending the SCV scout as well to just check that hatchery timing. Clem is second best TVZ in the world after Morrow, someone says. I think that's a pretty reasonable assessment. Sometimes Cure puts out games that Cure is not as consistent as Clem, so I would give Clem a nod over Cure, but I think Kier's absolute best games are second to none. I think his peak is like a Maru peak. And then I think Byun is very, very good at the matchup. But I do value Clem a little bit above him in the matchup as well. So I guess I can't really argue that. I mean, yeah, you know, Gumi's great, Bunny's great, but I wouldn't quite put them at that level either. So I could get on board with what you've said here. And it makes sense too, really, when you think about it. If Clem is, you know, the really strong European Terran, well, Hero Marine as well, of course. I'm a big Hero Marine fan, but you know, just Europe has strong Zergs and has for a long time now, so that really helps you out as well. Whatever you have in your region that you can play against a lot, you'll actually just get very good at that matchup. Except TVP in StarCraft 1, because everyone's Protoss and everyone's bad at TVP. So the Reaper just continuing to scout a little bit. Starport coming up. It's that third command center again. It's all exactly the same that we've seen. It's like the same. It's the same build most games. That is cute as hell, dude. That was so cute. He would have lost the Reaper without that grenade sending it to the right. To kill that tumor and keep the Reaper alive, he needed a grenade like that. I love seeing exacting grenades. And here's the thing. Clem's good, but he is trash next to Byun with Reapers. I'm embarrassed to watch these Reapers when I think of what Byun has done with Reapers. Embarrassed. Yeah, he was hoping a drone was about to pop there. Dark's too smart for that. That's so cute. I love it. I love little things like that, because if a drone pops there, he gets it. But it's an Overlord. These tiny, tiny, tiny things. You can really see the difference in status of these players. So Cloak Banshee's on the way. Roach Warren, Overlord speed. Well, isn't that interesting? What are we looking at with that exactly? The Overlord speed is the more interesting part for me here. It couldn't just be for a scout. Maybe it's to help chase down the Banshees a little bit better. Maybe he has a drop idea lined up. I'm not entirely sure. A little bit surprised by it. I like Overlord speed. I think for the price, I think it's the best priced upgrade maybe in the game, honestly. It is for a drop. It is for a drop. Okay. Very cool. So I think... Oh, dude. They said in the patch notes this is what they wanted to see. Clean drops. So yeah, basically the drops are a little bit better now. Like it will stop and unload more quickly. And you know, you can like drop creep and put tumors down and stuff like that. So that is all definitely very doable. Ooh! Oh, turn around and fight. Turn around and fight. Yeah, get him. Get him. Get him. Get wrecked, Dark. Trying to be fancy? Get out of here. I love it. I love it. Okay, here comes the Overseer now. Honestly, these have done so well. These have done so well, these two Banshees. They have slowed the hell out of this. There should be creep everywhere. Dude, they should have more energy. The two Banshees are heroes. Those are hero Banshees. It's crazy how hard of a time Dark is having getting across the map right now. Really well executed there. Now, does Clem have what he needs at home to hold? These depots being picked off super, super fast. Ooh, I don't think you're breaking that. I do not think so. Yep. That is not looking very good. That is not looking very good. He tried to bring up the Queens for a drop on the tank. That didn't work either. Dude, the Banshee's still doing serious damage as well. Okay, Dark's going to try to fight back from here, but he's on 41 drones. Now, you know, it's a corny caster thing to say, but if someone can fight back from such a shit position, it is, in fact, Dark. It's not Cyril, it's not Rogue, it's actually Dark. He's very good from these terrible, terrible spots because he gets himself into them more than most players. Dude, look at that. That's so cute. That's just the most adorable shit in the whole world, laying creep in his base. My God. Look at this. He's making him use all these scans. What, are you going to use mules? You going to use mules? What about this creep? Get out of here. That is so cute. Okay, so he's continuing to drop creep everywhere. Now, this is cute, and we love this, and we want to see more of this. But he was sitting on 40 drones for a long time, my man. Dark's economy is not super good. He's at the same worker count as Clem. That's good for Clem. He's on Roach with 54 army supply against 75. I'm going to let you guys guess who's ahead as far as army goes. It's Clem by a mile. I know you guys aren't smart enough to know, so there you go. It's like Clem, I think, is going to walk across the map and kill him. Now, he's making 5 infestors. This is where we might actually see the infestor patch make the biggest difference we've seen yet. Okay? These infestors, now infestors pop out and they can fungal because they have 75 when they pop. This push 100% would kill him if that weren't the case. Maybe he can get the right engage here. You're not expecting a fungal on this army. He hasn't seen them yet, I don't think. Oh, no! He missed! Oh, that's so cute, too. Damn, dude. The cutest tactics, seriously. Okay, good split, good split. He actually say I was thinking like, oh, he should fungal and bile that again, like second fungal biles. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not actually entirely sure why he did not. It felt like that was a good move. Maybe his bile should have been on cooldown. I didn't see any go out. Anyways, whatever. Dark lives. He's still alive here. Oh, those actually looked like they were gonna hit, but no. Dude, that is a lot of damage, man. Holy shit, 12 drones. And they just get out of there. My God, down to 62 drones here again. 1-1 is about to finish. Oh, no. Oh, God. Well, at least they have that. Yeah, the fungal's just barely not doing what he wants. Just barely. It feels like he's really, really close to killing everything and then doesn't really kill anything at all. So oftentimes the case. 5 more infestors coming out. Dude, he's doubling down on it. And I honestly think this is the right play. I don't think you can transition into anything else. I think Dark has to make this work. He's getting burrow. I think we're going to see him try to set up traps like we had before. He's got 1-1 upgrades. 2-2 hasn't even been started. A rough position, no doubt, because 2-2 is halfway done here. Look at this. He's using changelings to block this path. Dude, it's so cool. All right. Well, I mean, fungal bile, pretty good. Still good dodges there from Clem. Good spread. Good. All right. You know what? He's slowing things mostly with the fungals is what we're seeing. More and more infestors continue to come out. Woo! Yeah, he's got to turn and actually fight these smaller groups that are coming up to try to force fungals out. Dude, fungal needs 1 more range. Swear to God. It needs 1 more range and it's going to be so sick. He's so close to making these fungals destroy. And he's just not able to get them. That is a lot of siege shanks. This is really problematic right now. All right. Okay. He will bile 1 down. Continues to throw these fungals. See, the fungals just are not doing that much. They get a slight damage reduction as well. And you can see it's just like, it doesn't feel like this bile ball is being that effective. It's like slowing it slightly. And it's so hard to get them actually into range to see. He's hitting like 3-4 units each time, which is great micro from Clem. Great micro from Clem, but you can see where it's like Dark is doing his damnedest with this and is unable to really... Oh, that was a beautiful move. Boosted in EMP. And this is Clem trying to go for a kill right now. A lot more roaches come up. The Bioforce gets low. GGG from Dark. And Clem is going to come from behind and win 3-2 over Dark here at the end of the day. What a series. What a series. That was beyond expectation for sure tonight. That was the best week of the Open Cup in a while. In a while, man. Honestly. In months, I think. Truly legit. All right, guys. So, please make sure you follow my channel. Use the command MAPU to follow Mapu's stuff. He was our observer all night long. Use the command StarCraft 2 to follow the StarCraft 2 YouTube channel. You follow all that stuff, I love you forever. That does it. That does it. Now, I have to apologize to my Brood War peeps. I'm actually feeling bad right now. I'm feeling pretty bad. I'm going to peace out. And I'm going to get on tomorrow and we're going to do Brood War all day. You knew it. I'm sorry. I really hadn't planned that. I hadn't planned that, but I'm like so completely exhausted right now. So I think that's going to have to be it for me. I apologize. Feeling bad because sweater's overheating. I'm feeling bad emotionally because you guys have been mean about my handsome sweater, which, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm wearing it tomorrow as well. So there you go. Let's see who we can send you all over to. Oh, Jaeyoon's on. All right, guys, we're going to send you over to Jaeyoon. He's a good friend of mine. Probably the best North American Protoss player at this point. Give him some love. Let him know that he's going to need to get me on his team if he wants to be #1 in APL, because otherwise I'm going to fucking snipe him. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Jaeyoon's more balanced than Boa. Boa's better PvT for sure. Okay, bye-bye.